We are live for the Cffc 125 watch along. We will be having a few special guests coming tonight during the card. The card does start in 4 minutes. I'm expecting the first fight to be in about 15. We have 3 prelim fights, then the main card starting at 9 p.m. So there's going to be a lot of filler. Either every winner is going to get an interview, or they're going to probably I don't think they're going to announce anything that's coming up on the prelims. It's definitely a Fight Pass announcement area. All right, Cage Fury has just gone live. If you are on and in the chat, the prelims are on OnlyFans, onlyfans.com/CFFC MMA. We will have 3 prelims on there. Then they move to Fight Pass at 9 p.m. Eastern. This is CFFC's first time coming out to North Dakota. They're in Newtown, North Dakota, 9-fight card. Not that we get to see it, but in person, Misha Tate is in attendance as a special VIP guest. I'm sure she ends up being like, I'm assuming she's going to hop on commentary at some point. The big feature of this card is the fact that we do get 2 additional women's MMA belts. Women's MMA has been a big goal of Miranda Granger since coming into the CFFC executive team. The first return of women's MMA with CFFC was July 16th, I believe, down in Tunica, Mississippi. And since then, Miranda has been able to get at least one women's bout on each card leading up to this one. This one, again, features 2. Downside. Ooh, I do get to do the pop out of OnlyFans. Awesome. OnlyFans does suck if you are watching it on anything besides basically a computer. If you are watching, feel free to comment in the thing. Hey, how's it going, Jose? Not talking to myself, Jose Perez. Comments are coming in from YouTube, I believe Twitter, and Millions.co. Definitely check out the Millions.co stream. I will be going live there a lot in this next month. I think it's pretty much every contender series for the rest of this season. On top of that, we have tonight's obviously CFFC, and we also have CFFC October 13th. There might be another announcement for the next one after that tonight. I have to wait and see, but I have the date for that one as well. And then I will not be streaming for the December card because I will be in person. But outside of that, we have 9 fights tonight. Once it starts off, we have a couple catch weights as well. Tonight's card does start off with a catch weight in the amateur division. And then there are as a chance of a few guests coming on throughout the night as well. I have a one that I have got confirmed, and I have about two others that are waiting to see how it turns out. So we'll see how those play out as well. See if all the streams are working. I do know the YouTube is working, the Millions.co is working, and it does look like Twitter is working as well. So that's fun. And this stream will be kind of controlled by you, whoever is watching in the stream. Questions about tonight's card, questions about regional MMA, questions about the latest UFC, whatever you want to ask, feel free to send it into the chat. You have a chat on millions.co. You have the comments on YouTube, and I believe you just like reply on Twitter. So start time for tonight's OnlyFans prelims is 7:30 p.m. Eastern. CFFC does tend to start about 10-15 minutes past their start time, which is always fun because every time they go live, the complaints always start about 5 minutes in. Again, still just waiting for it to go live. Hearing a little hiccup in the sound. I think we're getting ready to go live and still not going. We are now kicking off prelims again. CFFC or onlyfans.com/CFFC MMA. You do have to sign up. You do have to put a card on file. It does do like a $1 charge. I believe it refunds it a dollar. I don't really pay attention to that. But from there, you'll get your prelims. Every CFFC prelim goes to OnlyFans, so you get your boobs, tits, and regional MMA. So we're getting your typical lead in. leading right now is the UFC. I don't want to say Noche. I don't know how to really say it. Mars or UFC card. From there, we'll get the lead in from John Morgan and CM Punk. And then we're getting a promo video for tonight's CFFC card. So tickets are on sale if you want to go to the card. It starts now. First fighter walking out now. Eric Morgan doing the check-in station. Troy Mosley, the first fighter out for the 195-pound amateur catchweight to kick off the card. Hometown guy coming out of Fargo, North Dakota. Heather Michaels makes his debut tonight. Major difference in walkout songs. We have what is it? It was Tupac, I think, the first one. This is The Rooster by Alice in Chains. So out of the 9 fights, 2 are amateur. I don't believe North Dakota does any weird amateur rule set besides the 3-minute rounds versus 5. Different announcer time. We get Michael Bale instead of Dr. Dave. Scott, for your normal introductions right now. He said these guys making his pro debut, but these are not. This is not a pro fight. It keeps him professional. Next gen is amateur, buddy. A little bit of a difference between pro and amateur. Got Martin kind of explaining the next gen rule set, 3 minutes, 3 3-minute rounds. And now I touched on the fact that the rule set difference is amateurs, like in Pennsylvania, you have to wear shin guards until you're like advanced Annie. Elbows, ground and pound. I feel like hearing an echo because I'm saying it. CM Punk is also saying it. Jason the guillotine now. Downside to the North Dakota card is I don't really know anyone on here besides like 3 people. So yeah, so Mosley has the guillotine and Michael. Yeah, Punk's also messing up, it seems. Red, who should be Mosley, even though Punk keeps saying Michael is for the red corner. Has a nice little mount. A bit high. Slips off the top now. Got the side control. Works to go back in. Gets into about forward guard. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I know I wasn't crazy. Mosley is definitely red. Michael's is blue. The great John Morgan corrects that one. I say that, and he says it again. Yeah. They keep going back and forth calling the guy on top both names. Should be Mosley on top. Michael's on bottom, getting beaten down. Really, no defense from Michaels, who is on the bottom. He's kind of just hugging, not defending anything. Amateur bout, so those 3 minutes go pretty fast. 10-minute clapper goes in. Back of the head punches. They don't matter, I guess. I don't even think Michaels wants to get off the ground. Honestly, it is Mosley because now John's calling him Mosley too. What is this guy's name? Really don't know. I gotta watch it. Yeah, the walkouts. They're gonna keep mixing these up because they're saying Taylor Michaels is controlling. He's on top. The blurb at the bug at the bottom said Michaels is blue corner who was B on the ground. Really interested by this now. There's no way this is gonna get out of the second round. Yeah, giving his back up, barely got a rear naked choke, tapped out instantly. Yeah, I mean, looking at the pictures, where it should be Michaels then, um, the one that has the mustache. But pretty first fight to kick off the card, get a rear naked choke finish in the second round by guessing. Taylor Michaels was the red corner, both on. It's not how the interface was showing it. It'd be interesting to see if that goes the rest of the way. If they correct that or not. So I am surprised to see with the fact that the main card does not start until 9 p.m. That is in 70 minutes. That they're just hitting us with more uh, ads instead. So right now we have your typical Fight Pass ad. nice little Fort Mayor casino. Yo, what's up, Flex? The word so far is confusion. Um, the interface, little bug blurb at the bottom of the screen, does not match the colors of the corners. We get the great Eric McMahon as the referee for the second bout of the evening. My pick for tonight, fourth fight of the night. Not that they actually do it or not, but I actually think the St. Louis versus Nick. Um, if there were like performance bonuses, I would lean to like Kevin Pease. Um, I don't understand why the main and co-main are both catchweights. It kind of kills those two matches a little bit. But it is what it is. That's what we got. I mean, you can at least be home before your OG's fight, though. That's the good part. You got about an hour till that kicks off. You figure she's not walking out at 8. She'd be walking out probably like 8:10, maybe 8:05. Also, I'm really hoping the audio difference I'm getting is just an OnlyFans thing. It's definitely it's definitely a stereo experience. So I'm hearing like half volume in my ear. But I know if I put the other earbud in, I'm gonna be yelling like a motherfucker. Got two more prelims to go. Congratulations to Charlie Campbell and his UFC signing debut for tomorrow night as well. Last fight was at UFC 120 in Atlantic City. Now he's going to fight in Las Vegas, Nevada for UFC. The last amateur bout of the evening, Spitzer versus Carpenter. We get DMX Lord Give Me a Sign as a walkout song. Ooh, dude, I asked the same thing. I understand the main event guy, um, John Morgan, kind of just hit on it too. He's been doing a lot of Maui relief. So, I mean, he still signed the contract, like not to take anything away from the relief efforts, but um, for the division that currently has a champion right on the edge of the UFC in the Immortal Lotus Madden, I don't know how to say his name, who might be fighting later this year. Um, I would think you would want to put on the best fight you can at the appropriate weight class to be considered for that potential title fight for end of the year. That's what I would do. I could be anywhere near 125. So we got try this again. We got blue corner as Spitzer, which means red corner should be Carpenter. But I'm fairly certain when they show the bug at the bottom, it's going to be reversed. Second walkout for Mr. Carpenter is Hall of Fame a script. So he has a hairline that rivals mine. Um, Comes in from Apple Valley, Minnesota, so pretty local to the North Dakota scene. So we might not get Eric Hart or Eric McMahon as the referee. He was also doing checking again, but I thought he was in the cage for the first walkout. So forgot I had these little fancy things I could do. If Isaiah Spitzer 0-3 versus Jack Carpenter 1-0. And a reminder, of course, these are amateur bouts, so that record doesn't really mean anything because once they go pro, that goes back to 0-0. Isaiah coming in at 140. And then Jack Carpenter coming in at 145 championship weight for his amateur belt. Yeah, dude. I can't say I've heard Chicago, but I know when they finally stopped kind of like, I don't want to say hating Jose, but kind of like giving him the gauntlet. They kind of like, before they started announcing these expansions, I know they were looking at Chicago or Chicago area because obviously they definitely took a liking to the Gilbert grappling crew. Tonight was supposed to be not only OG but also Chris Williams, but Chris's fight fell off. So. So I am hoping this referee's a lot better than the first round. First round, he seemed to, or the first fight, he seemed to be very. He seemed to be an amateur. Right out of the bat, swinging both sides. And CM Punk with a Mark Gray reference to this John Carpenter kid, Mark Gray, and also a fantastic wrestler striker out of New Jersey. Just swinging to the fences on both sides. Carpenter was a little faster. They did correct the blurb at the bottom, so I can't actually get the names correct with the color tape this time. Um, nice right return from Pittsburgh. We'll say the North Dakota MMA scene seems to be interesting so far. You got these two guys, for example, look like they are just in a bar fight, just swinging. Nice next. And the good old commentary jinx points out that Jack Carpenter is not, or Jack Carpenter is not going for a takedown and shoots a takedown instantly right after CM Punk mentioned it. Carpenter's kind of, or not Carpenter, Spencer is definitely looking like an 0-3. Nothing to go against him at all, but definitely the region he's from, not the highest. I think we're gonna get a second submission in a row. Jack is kind of going, as they just mentioned. He was going for Ezekiel, I believe. So, unlike some of the other amateur rule sets in other states, it does look like they're allowed to do a little bit of ground and pound in North Dakota because it's North Dakota. Nothing really matters out there, right? So, really nothing out of Isaiah in the first round. A couple, I don't even want to say counters. It was kind of back and forth. But Jack Carpenter's definitely easy 10-9 round there. Again, amateur rule set, 3-minute rounds, 3 3-minute rounds. So I'm going to do Haas or Ramstein in between rounds this time. Much different than your typical Philly or Ben Salem DJ from CFC events who rocks the hip hop and R&B. Having Jack get his little breathing underway. Uh, Isaiah's corner looks like they're just two guys who have watched UFC growing up and are trying to tell their buddy how to fight. Oh, right out of the gate again, swinging back and forth. Pitcher starts throws throwing first. Jack's the one landing now. Isaiah did get like one good left in there, but Jack does not seem to give a fuck about that. Jack going with the leg kicks now. Second one was checked. The first was kind of like they both got hit on that one. Oh, oh, left hand from Carpenter has Isaiah kind of on wobbly legs. We'll give it to Isaiah. That that connection would have dropped a lot of other people. It's also weird hearing them say Spencer when it looks like Spitzer, but these guys have also these fighters. I have never even heard of these fighters. So the halfway mark of the second round, Jack again just controlling it. Uh, I'm expecting probably another takedown in about 19 seconds. I mean, he doesn't have to do some controlling on the feet as well. Yeah, still wobbly legs. He's still not. His head's still not clear. 'Another great left. He's starting to shelter down, starting to fall down a little bit up against the cage, kind of just trying to stay in the. If this ref gave a single suck, he'd be loser. Right hand lands. This referee with this full of Herb Dean. 20 seconds left in the first round or second round. It is impressive because this Jack Harper kid is nailing Spitzer, and he's just not going anywhere. He's folding into the cage, but he's not going down. 2-1. Then my stream freezes because why not? Going at again. Easy 2018 so far. Third round game plan for Jack Carpenter has to be basically, throw the punches, make him worried, and just take him down and run it for 3 minutes. Spitzer's game plan is to be just knock him the fuck out. There's no other way to win this one for him. Commentary is pointing out that Jack did kind of look at both his hands. He was very one-sided punching in the second round. 4 rounds close. There's protection, but there's not enough to really save your hands. They're gonna break. I mean, amateur at 0-3. I'm not saying he should probably be looking for a different activity. But this is definitely leaning towards an 0-4. They started the round as the cage door still was not shut, but they fixed that. I don't see this round going all three unless Jack rides the ground and pound. Drops Spitzer. He's trying to cover up. Jax is going in for a kill. Goes inside control. Just going to start hammering down on the dude's face. Goes into the mount. Referee again, still looking like Herb Dean after 3 joints. The 2-minute mark so far of the third and final round. Referee's at least finally starting to look around. Trying to get back to his feet. Gives him his back. Goes right back in the mount. Thank you for the mount again. A little bit of effort, but right. Jack Carpenter is, it's going to be a submission. He has had an arm choke in. And there's 0-4. Gets a submission. Both submissions, first fight and second fight, they weren't really in. They didn't look really tight. Simply exhaustion. So Jack Carpenter moves 2-0 in an amateur career. Isaiah Spitzer, whatever you want to, however it said, is now 0-4. Not much to say. Jack Carpenter, nothing to hate there. He's not one that I would be rushing to go pro. I think he still needs to clean up his work a little bit. They did say he's also going to nursing school, so he probably do a shitload of classes, and depending on how far he is, at clinicals and all the fun stuff that goes into medical practice. They can get the guys in the center and then call the winners, but it does sound. I see. I always forget his name. I think it's Phil, the head of production in the cage as well. So I have a feeling we're probably going to get an interview after this one. Because we have 50 minutes till the main card. We have one. You have Brad Bolton's in the cage. Everyone wants to come in and just talk to Michael Bale. Yes, CM Punk is now there for the interview. That was definitely delayed. We got some Linkin Park playing, and CM Punk's just playing it. Yeah, it's been nice to turn the music off. Cut the music. marketers will state that he didn't push a little later, which is true. Uh, so he doesn't think he broke his hand, just kind of tweaked his thumb a little bit. So, yep. Right back in there too. Also puts out there with 135, which is free. Looks like he could maybe get 135. He might want to keep an eye on. I don't know if you would fly him into like a Philly or Tunica, or what the plan is to return to the Midwest. I'd be interested in more Jack Harvey. So we're going to hit them at the 40-minute mark. We figure flight's 15. Walk out and post is about probably stretch that to about 5 minutes, 5-10 minutes. So we're gonna have either a spacer that's just gonna be us staring at each other, or you staring at me, or we're gonna get like an interview. I mean, I guess it is better. They were originally going to do 7 p.m. for the third time, so I'm glad they did catch that. Pushed it back a half an hour. I mean, starting at 7:45 would have just been super weird, but we should have a special guest on the main card now. I think we have one confirmed. We'll probably have one or two that may hop on directly. Getting yet another ad for tomorrow's UFC card. And apparently, if you did not know that UFC is tomorrow, the stream on UFC Fight Pass will let you know every 10 minutes. I'm trying to see if there's any fun stuff for this card yet on Twitter between this card and everything else that's going on this weekend in MMA. So John and CM Punk now hitting the filler talk going on. Question from Flex Sports: do you think the Bullet's getting the chip back tomorrow? Um, I'm not sure. Um, I've been asked this actually several times from other people as well. My whole thing on that is, um, I think the odds makers are realizing Valentine's at the point where she probably should not be as high as a favorite as she may be. Uh, are looking at the fact that I'm leaning towards, similar to the first fight, I might be looking at a live bet between like end of one, round two. Um, I know I got Grasso at the end of round one at like plus 400. Just Bullet didn't look to be as bullety as she usually is. So, uh, so we got, now they're talking about what's coming up tomorrow night. Note J UFC. There are 4 CFFC veterans in action. They're also then promoting. And then over the next couple of weeks, September 19th, you got Greg Velasco and the Quiet Man Mentello on the Contender Series. The one that hurts my feelings is September 26th. You got Danny Barlow versus Raheem Forrest in the main event of Contender Series going for a UFC contract. Both those men deserve to be there. I hate the fact that they're going against each other. I'm hoping to get an interview with Danny Barlow in this coming weekend, if not next week. Danny Barlow and I have gone back and forth. I am terrible at following up with that man. That man has tried everything. Does luck out though, if I do get the interview this week, because of the fact that everyone else's interview was for an opponent that is not his opponent anymore. So, Danny Barlow versus Raheem Forrest is definitely a fun fight. Danny Barlow, I believe, is 5-0, not 6-0. Raheem Forrest is like 6-1, if not 7-1. After a devastating knockout down in Mississippi in July, Raheem Forrest knocked the guy's lights out in 35 seconds. Knocked out, eyes rolling while on his feet. Danny Barlow also got a fabulous win that night as well. That is actually the co-main and main event winners of CFFC 121. Now also giving the love to Greg Velasco. Greg Velasco, a full homegrown talent in the CFFC cage, starting from amateur up into the pros, and now goes for a shot against an insanely tough competition. And Shamil will make up his last name. I cannot begin to try to say it. He was a 10-0 pro. Danny Barlow, Raheem Forrest, John Morgan's hitting on the fact that every promotion out in the Memphis, Mississippi area, Memphis, Tennessee, and Mississippi, have been trying to get that fight booked. And he's also elaborating on something I said. Both those guys deserve it. It does see them go against each other. But I am curious to see if there's a handful of announcements tonight during this card. There's a lot of things in the rumor mill for CFFC for the end of this year and then, of course, next year. And kind of hope I said before to the night, they're now putting the Kevin Peace out of Kill Clip MMA. One of those things where the kid is so good. I think Kevin Peace at least is Kill Clip. Punk has mentioned that he's training with him. Could be Rufus Sport. This card is one of those sleeper cards. Obviously, unless you're in the Midwest, you're not going to know pretty much anyone on this card. But it's one of those ones where if you come in with the low standards, it ends up being a fucking baller ass card. Also, a fun fact of this venue: this is the first time CFC has come to North Dakota, but it's not the first time MMA has been to the Four Bears Casino in North Dakota. You listened to the MMA Roadshow with John Morgan and Hathaway. They had mentioned that there was a card in 2017 that had the co-main that was Connors, who's on this card tonight. But that card also featured Sean O'Malley. You could have seen Sean O'Malley in the middle of nowhere, North Dakota, for $25 to $50. They're definitely stretching this. We're hitting the 8:22 mark. We got one more flight. You figure even if that flight goes to the decision, it's only going to take us to 8:45, maybe. So, one of those things is got to wait and see. Wait and see. A little bit of breaking news on Instagram, at least. If you have watched um, CFFC 116 or CFFC 122, 123, Bilal Hassan has signed a multi-fight deal with the CFFC. He is fucking good. Great kid too. Got to meet him after the fights at the host hotel. Uh, that's a good one for them to pick up for a multi-fight deal. Definitely a big one. Comes out of Charlie's Combat Club. So he has trained with the likes of uh, Miranda Granger and that whole Chris Basil. I know even like today he was hanging out with the Balsharat brothers, Gavin and Farrad. He gets around. Charlie Combat Club also has some little flyweight that most people know. Demetrius Mighty Mouse Johnson. The kid has been trained like a stud. Next question was, what's your take on the TKO WWE UFC merger? Is he never come to the octagon ring? Um, I'm interested to see what they do with it. I've seen a lot of people kind of point out that the big game plan, if you're in control of those two companies, if you're TKO, I would want to have a UFC card on Saturday and that WWE pay per view on Sunday, or I guess not pay per view. They don't really charge for them anymore. But that featured premium event on that Sunday. Get the same venue. I don't know if it's as easily done to knock down the octagon and rebuild because WWE has their elaborate like displays for the Titan trial. That's probably not possible. Um, it's going to be interesting, especially since apparently the Bellator and PFL deal did fall through today or recently. Which is interesting because it sounded like that was a done deal. There are some people who actually put their full, I don't want to say career, but everything they had in them being like, I was the first one to report this, and now they're trying to be the first one to report that it's not happening. So it's always interesting to see how people get it. That's why I'm just not ever interested in doing that whole like breaking news stuff. It's just not worth it. You're only really talking about when you fuck up, and there's really no benefit unless you're at like an MMA fighting or MMA junkie to even consider doing something like that. This is our first pro fight of the night. Uh, I don't know any of these walkout songs. But this is David Johannes versus Frank Rayford. Frank Rayford coming out with a song that and all the Cffc contracts I've ever seen will be a violation because there's definitely words that are not allowed. Phillies are fucking killing it, by the way. Ready? Got the, I don't know what song this is. It's definitely not in my playlist, but getting the final check in. This time with the pro fight, we do get Eric McMahon in the cage as the referee. So we actually get a referee who knows what the fuck he's doing this time. And not only does he know what he's doing, Eric McMahon actually does train as well. David Johannes has the shows at the bottom of the screen. A 1-1 record versus Frank Rayford at a 1-1. David came in at 184. Frank at 186. Both 6'2". David's 35. So 35 and only one pro fight. I don't know where he plans on going. Especially at middleweight. It's not like the company can do sign older people. PFL does not have a middleweight division yet. And Bellator, they're not doing this all PFL merger. They're not going to be around much longer. So David Johannes out of Detroit, Michigan. Has the most annoying tattoos I've seen. I hate the nautical stars, but good on him. You get a little extra work done on my side. Got the rock tower all finished up now. About 1 or 2 more sessions until that's done. Frank Rayford out of Hialeah, Mississippi. Interesting to see him up in North Dakota versus, Tunica or Tampa. The final prelim bout. Let me go to a real website. Go to UFC Fight Pass at the top of the hour. Nicknames are in fun. Ghost and Jackal. Frank Rayford just throwing it in. Gets turned against the cage, though. Their hands going for a takedown. Rayford fighting that off pretty well. They reverse it again. Do appreciate that Eric will let that kind of go out. Huge right hand from Johannes. Rayford fighting back. Oh, illegal knee. Illegal knee. They don't seem to care. I'm guessing his knees were not on the ground. Yeah, John Morgan kind of said the same thing, that it kind of seemed to be a little bit illegal. See him playing it off like it was Anderson Silva Chael Son in the knee to the chest. Definitely not face. Um, but I do trust Eric. I feel Eric would have seen it. I have a feeling one of these two are going to sleep this fight. Ryan does a spinning back push, kind of goes off center and kind of rolls away with it. Hit the 3-minute mark now. I feel it's Ryan's corner telling him, giving the order to breathe because he seems to be chasing it already. Yeah, I believe John says that the right hand kind of flipped Johannes, and he kind of got clipped and then right into a takedown. Didn't get it, but now he's getting punched in the face. You know? Right past the halfway mark. Still, the fight's kind of leaning. A very slow head kick. Rayford kind of just ate both semi push mark and then a right hand. Rayford lands another right hand, kind of wobbles Johannes. Every time Johannes gets hit, though, he kind of he short circuits a little bit. Calling for the knees now. Yeah, definitely, if Ryan Rayford can get these knees going off, he might shut down Johannes. Another short left hand gets a wobble. Yeah, this fight's over. This fight's over. Come on, Eric. Yep, there we go. TKO finish by referee stoppage first round. Ryan Rayford or Kevin Rayford. Frank Rayford. This guy has like 4 different first names. He pulls a backflip to a front somersault. They're gonna look at the they're not looking at the replay to determine what happened. I'm trying to figure out. Eric's having a talk with Rayford. I'm really curious to see what they're pointing out now. Yeah, I don't know what Eric was pointing out. I mean, yeah, it looked like a knuckle, literally like a punch right to the eyeball. Not even like the socket, just like straight to the eye. The eye's starting to pulse a little bit. And the sound guys down in are up in North Dakota stuck. And they could call him Kevin and this Frank. So, and of course, with 25 minutes to go, I'll get in the cage again, and again they start playing the music right away. So Frank Rayford, I don't know who Kevin is. Neither one of their names are Kevin. Now moves to 2-1 in his pro career. I'm guessing about his game plan right now. He's kind of mentioning that David is a ground specialist. His game plan was to keep it on the feet. Yeah, they're asking about the knee. I thought it looked like Peter Yan to Aljo. will say, I keep missing his name. We can call him different names. Frank Wayford reminds me of a DeAndre Anderson a little bit. DeAndre missed like a Ryan span. So we got a 20-minute break. We come back with the women's bantamweight bout between Michaela OG Rampage versus Elise Martins, I believe. So, 20 minutes until UFC Fight Pass fights kick off. Major shout out to Tyler Little for promoting this into the fun group chat. I get to close this fucking OnlyFans page now. This is awesome. Again, UFC Fight Pass, top of the hour. And then shortly into the card, we should have a special guest coming on as well. Six fight main card. Should be a fun one. And then also after, really fun card after this one as well. After Cffc, there's a nice tough enough card as well. Actually, tonight as a whole, regional MMA is amazing tonight. You have Cffc going live on Fight Pass at the top of the hour. Currently, you have the Combat FC prelims, I think, on Facebook, maybe YouTube. That one then does the move to Fight.tv for, I guess they're calling it a pay-per-view because they're not on Fight Pass tonight. Hearing different reasons why, but they're not in Fight Pass for this card at least. They did get a hit. Their co-main event was Randy Costa versus Cupcakes Campbell, I believe his name is. Last fought for Cage Warriors against Wilson Reyes. That fell off because Cupcakes got sick after weigh-ins. You also have LFA. LFA up in New York tonight, up in Seneca Casino. Fantastic casino. Even better steakhouse. Really fun place up there. and that one's headlined by Jonathan Piersma. Jonathan Piersma is a CFC vet, a Fury grappling vet, a Combat FC vet, and all around great guy. Warhawk is a great individual. I wish to see him back in the CFC cage, but I understand travel sucks, and especially with the New England area kind of branching up cards again. Doesn't always make sense to come down to enemy territory where on the regional scene, if you can sell tickets, you can make a lot more money on the regional scene than you can traveling into another area for. So, and then like I said, after that you have Tough Enough tonight. And if you fucking hate yourself, there's also the Art of War card tonight too. That is like $33 on Star Fund. If you figure out what the fuck Star Fund is, it's on there. That is headlined by Ryan Cafaro and Matt Turnbull. You won't find it anywhere else. No one pirates it. No one streams it anywhere. And then, of course, tomorrow you get I think tomorrow we actually get Attitude MMA featuring former middleweight champion from CFC, Donovan Beard, versus Trey Manley. If Trey shows up, if anyone has followed Trey's career, you do know he tends to disappear come fight day. You also have Karate Combat with the return of Sam. I'm going to lean on this tail to make weight, Alvey. And of course, UFC at night. Fun lead in. Then of course Sunday you have Fury FC. You can sit there and watch one UFC card and be like, I'm an MMA fan, or pay $10, get Fight Pass, and you have a whole weekend full of fights plus an entire library to go back and watch as well. So 15 minutes we go back on UFC Fight Pass for this the kickoff of CFC 125's main card. This will be a fun one. I didn't catch who he's fighting, but they did announce a fight for CFC 126 next month in Tampa, Florida. That is Vilson. I always mess up his last name. That guy. I don't think they said it was the main event. I think it was just a feature. Let's see if they updated the website yet. No, I don't see it on there. And he's not on the list of fighters yet either. But that's always a fun one too. That should be coming. I'm assuming it's going to be. Let me see if I can figure out who it was. My Twitter app not do search anymore. I guess it was main event. So it is the main event for next month. It is Vilson versus Tariq Ismail for the vacant title. As anyone who watched CFC 120 noticed, Vilson did miss weight last time out, so he did lose his title while winning the fight. It's a Charles Oliveira situation where he doesn't just hold on to it; he loses the fight with a win. But Tariq Ismail, nicknamed Desert Storm, out of Canada, out of TriStar. Let's see who he fought for. Storm Fight Series. That was a little interesting card. That was headlined by James Clark. I heard a few questionable things about that card, but it's nice to see him continue his winning streak, or I guess get back into the win. Prior to that, he did fight for Brave and TKO. Good opponent. Last fight was June 3rd, so does return pretty recently. I feel like I don't know why I thought that card was a lot longer ago than that. Yeah, main event Cffc 126. Wilson versus Tariq Ismail. We got about 10 minutes to the start of the stream. Kind of expecting a little more people to roll in now that Tyler had to go promote this elsewhere. Zach really is shit. His streams are fire. Oh. Should be fun. So that is the main event. So the co-main is to be announced. They do kind of seem to have the co-main as a featured bout, so I am curious to see if that ends up being one of the other vacant titles. So you figure flyweight titles held, featherweight title was just defended, lightweight was won in May. Welterweight title is now officially vacant. Technically, it was vacant as soon as Charlie Racky signed his contract, but his banner was still featured at Cffc 123 and 124. Greg Ellis is no longer champion. That is now Kyle Dawkins. I don't see Kyle returning in Florida to defend it so soon. And then Greg Velasco is current heavyweight champion, does fight for a UFC contract next Tuesday. So that one could be vacant. I don't know if they'll do a interim title that soon or even book one now. I mean, I feel like, yeah, when Jose Perez and Frank Wells fought for the featherweight title, Blake Builder did have his Contender Series fight booked, but it was, I think, a week or two after CFC 112. So I don't know if you would book a heavyweight interim title with Greg fighting next week and then just play the same card. If he wins next week, do you still make that interim title? You figure he wouldn't fight next week. Say he takes the loss or just doesn't get a contract. Like, you wouldn't roll him back a month later, and less than a month later, 2 weeks later. But you also you want to put an interim title out there as well. It's a weird situation. So there is a light heavyweight title that's not been offered in a while. There have been no female pro titles in a while either. I just don't know if that is at a point yet ready for those titles to be given out yet. We are about 9 minutes before kickoff. Fight Pass does start at 9 o'clock on the dot. However, you figure that 9 o'clock start leads into your typical commentary lead-in. John Morgan and CM Punk will do the whole welcome to North Dakota. Promote the best first time in North Dakota. Go over the card, showcase a couple bouts. And then then after that, we'll probably go right into the walkouts. From there, if you've never seen a CFC card, you're missing out. It goes nonstop from then on. Probably go a couple fights. Then we'll get our Rob Hadak check-in, where Rob will basically give us some announcements for the future. They'll probably re-announce the Wilson fight. And then possibly announce something for later this month as well. Just going through. Got the OG Mickey getting already wrapped up. She was wrapping up about 34 minutes ago by Dan Gilbert. That's the first fight of the main card. Pretty dope that for tomorrow's UFC they did do the JDM versus Basil Hafaz free fight. Who was the last UFC's women's champ? Last women's champ. I know this for a fact. I pulled all the records. The last women's champ was Elise Reed. Prior to that, it was Miranda Grander. I think what was the other division? It was last woman or Caitlin Chukagian was the last bantamweight and flyweight. She actually held both. She got her bantamweight title and then got signed like a week later to the UFC. Miranda was the first strawweight champion, won the fight and got signed in the cage. Originally it was signed to Contender Series, but they changed that from Contender Series into the UFC. Elise Reed then beat, funny enough, Jasmine Javadius, who both fight tomorrow night for UFC. After Elise then did defend it against Julian DeCourcy, who, if timing works out, may be hopping on tonight. It was definitely last minute. And then she defeated Hillier Rose before being signed to the UFC on May 29th, 2021. What's up, Pat? So, yeah, I mean, we're definitely reaching the point. If you've seen the interview I did with Miranda, she definitely stressed the fact that, women's MMA needed to return. Who was the best women's champ in CFC history? Best women's champ, I would have to say Caitlin. Caitlin Chukagian was definitely the best one. That's more so based on the fact that Miranda won it and got signed right after the fight. She won at the Borgata in New Jersey, I believe it was, maybe in the California card. And it was literally like, congratulations, by the way, that you're signed to the Contender Series. And I did ask her about that too, because she never competed on Contender Series, and it turned out basically she was kind of tipped off ahead of time that with a win she would be going into the UFC. So when it was then relayed, and no, we're going to do Contender Series. She was kind of like, I'll just defend the belt again, and she got that I think the late notice fight against whoever she debuted against. I think it was actually Vieira. But Caitlin Chukagian was probably the best. I don't want to say best, but the greatest CFC women's champion, just for the fact that she, I think, I don't even think she defended it most. I think she defended her strawweight or flyweight once. No, she didn't defend either one. She won the flyweight January 9th and then won the bantamweight March 19th and got signed right after. So, I mean, I guess on that note, if you're going to go by defense, then that has to be Elise Reed. No one else has ever been able to defend it. They pretty much got signed right away. But you see that a lot with the champions. Aldebest men's champion. Modern era, yeah. I'm trying to think if there's maybe Anthony Smith. Maybe No, Anthony. I guess Anthony Smith only defended it once too. He got it and then got signed. Azu has 3 heavyweight title defenses. He went to the UFC and I think Bellator and retired. If you ever want to see probably one of the best CFC heavyweight title fights or CFC heavyweight fights, Azuno Anyanwu versus Chris Dawkins at CFC 73. He went to Bellator. I think he did like one fight in the UFC as well. Yeah, I mean, most defense is George Sullivan. Tom Brady. No, you know what? I would actually go and say you have probably Aljo for the best men's, and then Pat Sabatini as a backup, as like the second place one. Pat was pretty. That dude defended like crazy. He only lost the title to James Gonzalez when he snapped his arm at Marks. That was an interesting fight. James got an armbar out of nowhere, and Pat, he went to kind of just scoop him, and when he scooped it, his arm just rubber banded. So 2 minutes until the start of the time. Just we'll finish the energy drink and then get into better drinks. Though, not sure who you knew by they. Aljo and Pat never fought, but no, Pat versus James Gonzalez did, and that's actually why one of the names I really pushed for like Jose Perez to battle with was James Gonzalez after James Gonzalez did his Challenger Series fight. PFL didn't sign him that night because I don't know. I like their Challenger Series, but you need to sign more than just the one person. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, okay, yeah, so Pat and James. Yeah, that was I was gonna go to that card. It had to be the CFC 84. I'm gonna laugh if I got that right. 84 was the Tunica, Mississippi debut. 81. I was close. Yeah, that was that. CFC 81 actually was pretty fun. That was James Gonzalez beat Pat Sabatini. 46 seconds in round 1 is when it snapped the arm. Kyle Dawkins beat Nolan Norwood by Darce choke. Surprise, surprise. You had Herbeth Salza versus Alexander Kajatov. Naz Sadahov, who's now in the UFC. He beat Elijah Harris, who just lost to Paul Capaldo back in June. He did come back and return at Fight World, though. Jasmine versus Gabriel Wilson was on that one. Miles Lee versus SD Dumas. Maybe you heard of him. Kelvin Sterling made weight and also won and actually fought and won that fight. And that was at Parks back in 2020. That was right before everything shut down. That was like they did that card. But I think that was what, February. You figure a month or two later, PA shut down as a whole. They reopened later that year, and that was when I first bought my first CFC ticket. They did a show in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Bought my ticket, was all fucking psyched. Got out there, and I think it was like the day before PA shut down again, and they had a refund ticket. That was the card that Jose Perez actually won the banana split submission that won submission of the year that year. So when I say I'm a Jose Perez fan from the start, I think that was his second UFC fight. And also on that card, that was Elise Reed versus Julian DeCourcy as well. That was also fun. If you go back and watch that fight was in a hotel ballroom in Lancaster. Yeah, Lancaster's known for like Amish country, so the city's a little more like normal. But because of no one being allowed in there, it was basically I think the fighters had one corner. I don't think there was camera. I think everything was on the screen. Everything was basically controlled by a computer. Then you had John and CM Punk on commentary. There's like 2 Christmas trees. It was like in December. I think Jose would get a contender series fight up, a call up for the Pedro situation. Um, how about we say that for later? How about we say that for tonight? You might see him pop in a little bit. We'll have him answer that. Running through the card, JP St. Louis versus Mech. This is on paper my fight of the night so far. I don't like the fight as a catchweight, but it is one of the fights that are interesting. For those that were not on here during the prelims, this is Cffc's first time in North Dakota. But this casino they're at out there actually has some history. What was her name? I don't want to butcher it. Let me grab the name of it. Alexa Connors, who has been the lead into the co-main versus the lead this forever. There's a card back in 2017. Beat down 21. It was March 10th, 2018. This was at the Four Bears Casino where they're at tonight. For $25 to $50, if you would have bought tickets for that, you would have been able to see Alexa Connors. You would have seen, I don't know if you heard of this guy, Sean O'Malley. He fought out there as well. Actually, this was not that one. First beat down a 21. Beat down 21. This was March 10th, 2018. For $25 to $50, you would have seen Alexa Connors. You would have seen. Fuck that up again. It is funny. You would have still seen Alexa Connors. You would have seen Emily Whitmer. And you would have seen a Sean O'Malley. Maybe you heard of him. And then a Colin Huck buddy. All for $25, $50. I mean, all you would have to do is be in some fucking reason in Newtown, North Dakota. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I want to see. I want to see that guy get a title fight first. Let's get the first Gilbert guy out of the regionals first, and we'll get him in a title fight, and then we'll get him in a contender series. So we do have walkouts. Speaking of Gilbert grappling, we got the OG getting checked in now. Was supposed to do an interview with the OG, but I fucked that one up. She definitely she agreed to it. I forgot to reach back out and lock down a time last Sunday, I think it was. Yeah, this whole card I actually missed up a couple. We got Michaela Rampage, DOG, versus Emily Martins making her pro debut. Emily Martins is friends with some people you may have heard of. Jackie Amaram. You give an idea? Also, kind of gives you an idea of how she's probably going to try to fight this. Walking out in her gi. And then in her corner, Evelyn Martin from PFL. So. Yeah, this should be a really fun first fight for the main card tonight. So we don't get Eric as the in-cage referee. He's doing check-ins tonight, so that could be interesting for how this fight plays out. You know, they're of course stressing the fact this is striker versus grappler. I don't know. I heard the Gilbert grappling guys know how to grapple though. So pro debut for Emily Martins. High level jiu-jitsu expert though. So she's not new to competition. OG already flipping off Emily because she would not do the hand tap. Also, I don't know why Jason Lederman's not doing the announcement or the in-cage announcement. I don't like this Mike Gal guy. Yeah, way too long of an intro. Wrapping up the intros now. Got a little bit of an audience there for OG. Emily Martin's before the fight has even started has a little bit of scratch marks on the right side of her face already. So see how we go here. OG looks so ready to just pounce on her. Fight starts. See how long it takes for Martin to just shoot for the takedown. You can already hear Bo from the corner of OG. Grab the bat. OG blasting the left to right. At the 1 minute mark so far on the feet still. Still a standing battle. Every corner should want like a Bo Samanego in your corner. Emily Martin shoots the takedown. OG says, fuck that. Sprawls it down. Leg still, Emily still has the leg. OG doing the pogo on the one leg, and she goes down. Grabs the cage. No one saw it. Doesn't count. Emily right to the neck already. squeeze going in right in front of Dan Gilbert and Bo Samanego. She's fighting the hands already. Fighting the hands. Ooh. Emily moves over, and there's the tap. Just under 2 minutes, Emily Martins gets the submission. Oh, she did what she had to do though. She went. She didn't give up. She fought the hands right away. She was just in her hands. Yeah. OG moves to 1-2. Emily Martins moves to 1-0. I can kind of see Emily Martins getting that a faster push. So mix it up. OG's been out for a while too, so it's not just just spider monkeyed her back basically. She gets the top hand down, and she basically just repositions the grip as a whole, and then just deals it. CM Punk not knowing how colors are. Calls Emily Martin's purple belt a blue belt. Corrects himself after he realizes it matches the same colors as her boy's logo. Any ideas who won the prelim fights? Yep. Let me grab the name of the real fast so I can go off of who won who. So we started off the night with two back-to-back submissions. That was Michaels won the first one by submission, and then Jack Carpenter won submission in the second fight, and then in the third prelim, Rayford won by TKO. So Emily Martin's letting everyone know you need Jesus in your life. No problem, David. So, kind of points out that obviously English is not her first language, so she's trying to not really go in too far, but now she's kind of talking a little shit, pointing out, OG is 6 foot tall, she's like 5'8". Doesn't matter if you don't take your back. Emily pointing out that it was a first round finish. She can be ready whenever they need her. Already talking title shot. So mean, if she's that eager to get fight, why not book her in November? That's 4 fights and 4 finishes. Doing a little segment on I'm gonna butcher his name, so the Hawaiian in the main event. Just having him kind of talk about the efforts and all down in Maui. If we keep getting these finishes, we're probably gonna end up having to get a lot of these like fillers in between. Showing him walking in now. Our next fight is Trent Miller versus Ruiz. It's another catchweight fight. Uh, it should be interesting. The main event. Cffc is out of goat shit. You're gonna have the main goat shed trainer in the corner. I'm sure there'll be some sort of shenanigans in the walkout. You've never seen a goat shed fighter on the regional scenes. Those fuckers have fun. So, sounds to be like we might get another quick finish in the next one as well. Another catch weight. This was a 210-pound catch weight, so not light heavyweight, not heavyweight. Just that random ass number right in the middle. So looking at who the check-in rep is, we do have Eric McMahon for this one. Out of Extreme Couture, we got Trenton Miller. That's the one thing I will say. For this being in the middle of nowhere, they put in some gyms for this card. They're doing this in North Dakota. Can you imagine what happened if Cffc did like a Vegas show at like that little venue that PFL ran out of and like the UFC did the fight out of? I don't know why. Especially if the rumor is that UFC is not going to be doing a lot of the Apex shows next year. They should let the Apex venue be used by regional guys so they have access to like the Performance Institute and all that. Get a little like hands-on experience there. Maybe even get them meet the matchmakers in person because you got to figure Mick and Sean are not watching every card. Chateau East. So they're from South Dakota. Got finished in October of last year. Um, we'll say, just the walkouts alone, Miller looks a lot more, I don't want to say professional, but a bit more ready for the fight. You're on Team Independent out of McLaughlin, South Dakota. John Morgan's already called this a highlight match. Two ways those things go. They either go as expected. Yeah, I didn't think they were pulling in the comments from Millions. I'm sorry about that, buddy. Adam Brand, if you're still watching, we cannot show you the fights. Fights are streamed separately. Right now, it is Trent Miller versus Shato Ruiz. I didn't think they were pulling in the chats into from Millions. We got a 2-0 undefeated fighter versus a 1-2 fighter. Eric McMahon as the referee. I guess there was a weakness at first, but they did correct it on second try. If for some reason you were interested, there are 4 ounces of freedom shirts available on the Millions website. I will say, really fucking comfortable shirt. The body difference between the two fighters is noticeable. Ooh, he's out. Head kick. Good night. Jeez. Jeez. Man. No, he went stiff. Jeez. Man. I mean, looks like he's at least back up already. Not obviously not standing, but backing about. I mean, that's a way to make a debut. You know what? Give me Trent Miller versus Luke Fernandez. Yeah, that needs to be That was fucking impressive. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that was fuck. Yeah, you don't need to have him in the cage. Yeah, that fuck it. Put a title on it. Give me Luke Fernandez versus Trent Miller for the light heavyweight vacant title. You figure Trent is now 3-0. Luke is 3-0. It makes all or it's 2-0. Um, the one pro was grappling. Uh, yeah, you, give me Luke Fernandez versus Trent Miller. Man, Jesus Christ. Alrighty, that was a fifth fight, fifth finish. Now we go to what I was expecting Kevin Peace to be one of the highlight reels of the night. So we'll see how that goes. But damn, Trent Miller making it known. Yeah, a little bit of love for the CFC matchmakers. Arias Garcia Jr., Raul Galvin, Miranda Maverick. Or, fuck, why do I keep calling him Miranda Maverick? Miranda Granger. Man, that was a fucking gorgeous fucking knockout. I got Caleb Jensen versus Kevin Peace up next. Man, all right, so I don't know anything about Caleb Jensen, but Kevin Peace is a fun fight. 5 fights, 5 finishes. We're on the fights number 6. We got 4 more fights to go, including this one. The referee switch out again. Right. Eric Man got the easy work in that one. How does just lay back, let the guy bounce off the cage, wave off the fight, step aside for the next one. And that fucking head kick. Some of these like no contest issues are weird. So they're talking about Kevin Peace should be 3-0. Uh, he got a test for prescription acne medicine because if you're gonna dope, you're gonna use prescription acne medicine. So, Caleb Jensen, 31 years old, 6 foot tall, 170 even, 1-1 record. Kevin Peace, 25, 5'8", 170 pounds, 2-0 with the 1 no contest because of prescription acne medicine. Cave Springs, Arkansas. Let's go with some grease the polls for the Eagles win last night. Kevin Pease out of Kill Cliff FC down in Florida. I gotta get one of those nifty little earpieces. Kevin Pease controlling the cage so far. And the footwork of Kevin Pease. Eric McMahon is the referee for this one. How about that? Does the chicken end the fight? Punch jumps in for a takedown. Fucking just carries him across the cage. Just fuck you. You're going back in there. Takes the ground. Trouble in the top position so far. Kind of just doing a tag team attack with the cage. Gets the half guard. Kevin Pease kind of getting a couple straight from the top. Trying to maneuver, trying to lead to a better position. About 2 minutes in, they're having a little issue with the bug showing at the bottom, so we don't really have an on-screen timer right now. Cffc still controlling the top. He could probably, the leg's a little hooked, but he could probably get into full mount, but Cff's again out of Cffc. He trains with the likes of like Richie, Lewis, and all the other bangers down there from Killcliff. Basically, if you're in Florida, you're probably at Killcliff. Jared Gordon. This is one of those fights where people start getting annoyed. It's just dominant ground control, but he's not really doing anything. And he got a full mount. I don't know how much long is left in this round though. Crowd telling his opponent Caleb Jensen to come on, get up. Why don't you just stare loose? Just stand. Whoop, sweeps. Jensen gets over, gets the mount. Kevin Meese turns to his back, gives on his back. Jensen does not do shit with it. Meese goes right into another shoot. It's sprawled out. Derek Jensen, or Caleb Jensen, still in sprawl, pulling him down. Moves. Kevin Meese gets back up, shoots again, and Caleb's back down on the ground. A little bit of grimace from Caleb on the ground. John Morgan just noticed that too. He's definitely in like a lot of pain, grimacing. I'm curious to see what caused that grimace. Kevin P starting to let loose. We have to be in like the last minute of the round. I know we don't have a timer yet, but we probably about like the 50-second mark. At this point, Caleb not really trying to get off the ground, just trying to just defend and make it to the bell, kind of cowering up a little bit. Here's a 10-second timer. Little short elbows to kind of wrap up the round. A little bit of hammer fist. Kevin P's going in, and that's the end of the round. I think this fight might be over. Caleb Jensen's left leg seems to be severely compromised. Like his knee. Eric, it looks like Eric's going to call the doctor in. I'm expecting Peace to come right out with a right low kick. All right, Eric. If you're not watching it live, Eric is actually going to basically he's getting ready to start the second round. He takes them out of their corners, puts them in neutral corners, and he's calling the doctor in. The doctor, getting called in to check the eye or check the knee. The doctor, because it's North Dakota, comes in and starts checking the eyes. I don't know how to tell you this, but the eyes and knees are not the same. They are kind of having him kind of balance on one foot. Making him do a squat now. He's good. Okay. Yeah. Kevin Peace is gonna go right for this leg. Yeah, it's done. It's done. He hit the left leg and the leg just collapsed. This fight's not coming out of the second round. If he had a left leg, he'd be trying to use it, trying to get up. It's just not happening. He's out. I don't really know if he was. I mean, Eric did the arm test. He was definitely not lifting the arm back out. That is now 6 fights, 6 finishes. It's a, this, is a, this turned into a really fun card tonight. Hey, Kevin likes to fight a lot, so why not get him on the October card? We might not even go anywhere near 11 o'clock by the time this card's over. So I would assume what we're at going in the fight 7. I assume this is about where we get the Rob Hadak talk on. Yeah, we're going right into the 7th fight. Women's bantamweight. I wouldn't be surprised if this next fight has some title implications on it. We got Elizabeth Schroeder 3-3 versus Alexa Connor 7-4. You know, a little bit of difference there. I figure Alexa has more wins than Elizabeth has pro fights. Elizabeth Schroeder coming in from Elevate MMA out of Durham, North Carolina. I believe Elizabeth's last fight was against Gina Mazzani, as uh, John kind of just mentioned on the broadcast. I think Alexa takes this one. So, Invicta history. Uh, yeah, Alexa's right on that cusp. No longer with Invicta. I don't know if it's a multi-fight deal. I just want to give a little shout out to. Let me grab the name of it. Alexa Connors actually has a really great organization she started called In Your Corner. It's a mental health community. She had a terrible situation in her family. I just wanted to give a shout out to that. InYourCorner.org or IYCorner.org. Let's get ready for the next round. Obviously, mental health issues are important. So this fight, if I had to say what one that would probably not go to, will probably go to the judges, this could probably be it. No, but Alexa might just get the finish. Who knows? 7 wins, 2 by knockout, 5 by decision. Her opponent 3-3. One by knockout, 1 by submission, 1 by decision. She has a trifecta of wins. My only issue with her opponent, with Schroeder, is from she fought at Fight Night down in Florida, Commodity Global, and then there's FAC, the whole James Krause sport that used to be on there. Like, this, God, I don't know if Pat's still in here. Pat, if you're still in here, like Alexa Connor would be a fun one to be in. Like a bantamweight. Pretty even, pretty even matchup so far. I was surprised I haven't seen my Dolphin in here yet all night. For 7-4 and 350, he's doing pretty even. So, pretty even matchup. Your standard like feeling out process in this first round. Schroeder goes for the. No, I wouldn't even say a takedown, which he definitely shot. Gets her against the cage. Got a nice little body lock. Connors doesn't seem to really know what to do yet. The other, there was a women's bantamweight fight when they returned to Tunica, Mississippi back in July. Um, Rebecca Evans moved to 3-0. The downside there is she just tore her MCL, I believe. I'm just saying, if Schroeder were to win, that would have been a fun matchup. I just don't know how long Evans will be out for with that recovery, surgery and recovery. Yeah, I mean, Schroeder looks like the more experienced fighter in this one so far. Yeah, Connors just is not. Like, she's still in that feeling out where Schroeder's like ready. Nice right hand from Schroeder. Kind of clipped Connors. Didn't really do much out of it though. Ooh, these two are just pretty even. Connors just needs to wake up just a little bit. Wake up a little bit, just let it go. That's still a stand-up battle so far. This round's hitting to the final minute of the first round. I am kind of leaning towards this being a Connors round, or not a Connors, sorry, a Schroeder round. Connors kind of has just been there. Schroeder gets the takedown now. Definitely seals the round for her here. Punches in the back. I'd watch where they're hitting. A little close to this one. Yeah, first round for Schroeder. I think this was the second round of the night. we're gonna have probably a little special guest in a few minutes. So yeah, John Morgan kind of leaned a little bit to Schroeder. I didn't think it was really hard to date. I thought it was just Schroeder around. Connors was kind of just there the first round. He was a little more aggressive than far in the first minute, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, this is not the fight I thought we are going to see from Alyssa Connors. Looking good. Yeah, this fight, I think I jinxed him by talking about how great these first six fights were. They're starting to fire now, though. I think Connors kind of realized that halfway through the fight so far, and it's not looking in her favor. Connor just needs to. Connors does. Connors looks like the fresher fighter, but I don't know. She might be down 2 rounds already. Schroeder gets the takedown again. She's kind of not saying she's getting ready to shoot up a triangle, but there's a triangle. Oh, might have an armbar. Schroeder's definitely concerned. She lost it. Not, she probably could have pressured the submission a little bit more than she did. Her ankle, Schroeder kind of just rolls out of it. I don't think Connors did anything to push that round back in her favor. So third round will be interesting to see how Connors' game plan changes for that one. Yeah, I mean, I agree with John. I don't know. I don't know how you would have this be even. How? I'm not sure how you would have that even. I think there's not honestly any way, but Jillian DeCourcy has it 1-1. I love her live tweeting and her live scoring. Uh, it is a fun little fight. So, first third round of the night. There's a lot for the fights tonight. I always say, if you look at a card, you're like, it's okay. It tends to be one of the better cards. Yeah, Schroeder backing up Connors again. I love to see Connors' stance here. It's not fighting on the back foot. Because I mean, in the second round, Schroeder looks a little tired. She looks game now. So, going to be having a little special guest coming in. Connors is chasing. Connors is chasing. Just waiting to see Tyler's camera kick in, and I'll pass him into the two person screen. See how it goes. Just go in and do it. See how it goes. I hear sound effects on Tyler's end.
What's up?
What's up?
How you doing?
Good. Do you have a camera or no camera?
Shit. I don't know. Present. I'm projecting on mine. Hang on.
The voice is not connected. Now you can see me. Schroeder is advanced. Connor at least was landing better. I mean, I guess if you somehow have this 1-1, I guess Connors could take this. I don't know how the judges are scoring anything for it. We've not seen judges at all.
Do you see me at all, or am I
Not
still
see you.
like?
You were just dark.
Yeah, that's strange.
pull you out of the main one, and then when I see your face pop up or whatever, I'm just
Okay.
Or I guess not. I guess I have to keep you on here, otherwise it won't do audio either. Hey,
All right. How
we have a
about that?
Tyler.
What's up, Zach? I'm here, baby.
Yeah,
I may not be the CFFC champion, but I'm fucking here.
This is Tyler from Mom's Basement MMA.
What's
I'll
up?
let him come out of the basement with a couple drinks. Now in the attic.
Hey, I'm having a good night. I bailed over from LFA to watch this, so thanks for having me, number one. And Zach, we're at the tail end of the fight. This is one that I've missed. Tell me what's going on with this fight and who's won.
Yeah,
Jesus. Well,
I mean, until it was dropped her, holy shit. Chasing the finish. Not going to get it.
Oh, is that too little, too late?
Yeah. I mean, so a lot of I had it going 2-0 into the final round. I put out the blurb that there's no fucking chance you can be up 1-1. And then I go to Twitter and everyone has it 1-1.
Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting.
So I either don't know what the hell I'm looking at, or oh fuck. But I just kill the. All right, cool. That might still be working. I think I may have killed the villain.
Well, I saw that she turned it on there on Miss Pink for whatever it's worth. I mean, Jesus. But I will say, I'm coming over from LFA, Jeff Craig. I picked Jeff Craig to win that fight against Barrington Bishop. And hey, you know what? He did. And it was a great fight. But here I am, Zach, CFFC. What happened that I missed?
So this was the 7th fight of the night. This is the first time we're seeing the judges.
Oh, Jesus, really? Yeah. What happened with OG and Martins?
Martins showed that she was a Brazilian jiu-jitsu expert.
So OG she found a choke, I assume?
Yeah, she got like 2 or 3 really good punches, and then Emily was like, all right, my turn.
Oh, Jesus. Poor girl.
I mean, I will say, OG's obviously the striker in the grappler match there, but right away, attacked the hands, defended it how you're supposed to. They're right in front of Bo and Dan Gilbert, so right where OG would want to be in a bad situation.
Yeah.
Mind you could hear Bo probably at your house in the corner.
Yeah, probably.
So, being in front was even better. And, she attacked it. And as soon as she started fighting the top hand, she just repositioned it and got it.
Zach, who on the undercard has, stood out from you apart from that fight, apart from Martins? Because Martins was a heavy favorite going into this fight. But is there somebody else on the undercard that has, really surprised you tonight?
I mean, I sent you the Trent Miller head kick.
Yeah.
Downside there is, the opponent, though. Nah.
Yeah, he looked like me in there. I mean,
I did text, a certain matchmaker right away, begging for a Luke Fernandez title, maybe a title fight. Do we put a title and make it interesting? A 3-0 versus 2-0. Is that a regional title fight worthy? You put that in AC, it's gonna go well.
Well, I mean, I think that you and I are on the same page when it comes to Luke Fernandez. We both want to see him pushed by somebody, right? And that is potentially a candidate right there. I mean, offline, and I'll leave it to you, Zach, if you want to disclose it or not. But I've also thrown you a couple other contenders over the past few months that I think would push him as well. But in any event, here we are, and Elizabeth Schroeder is the one that wins the fight. Is this more or less? Well, I think you just had indicated previously, Zach, that this is the gal that you thought had done enough.
Now, I will say it sounded like one of the scores was 28-28. And I don't think there was enough in that third round to be a 10-8.
Mm-hmm.
It was literally when you logged in, that was the biggest flurry of the fight.
Oh, Jesus.
So, I mean, to call that a 10-8, you're probably on a tribal land in North Dakota.
No comment.
So, like, I'm not too shocked by that, but
Sure.
I would have said maybe 29, 20. What that? That'd be the math. That's 29, 28. Unanimous for her.
Mhm.
Give Connors the third round. For the fact that that flurry was the best of the entire 15. And there wasn't really any takedowns or anything else in that round, so that would side there. I am kind of anticipating that we were getting the Rob Haydack moment before the co-main because we have not had the CEO chat yet. Only thing that has been announced so far, and they announced it on the prelims just to kind of show how much your favorite fighter is. So he gets a title shot for Tampa.
Oh,
I say title shot because missing weight in AC made that a vacant title.
I see.
Against a Canadian. Let me grab the name real fast because I'm going to butcher it. Tariq Ishmael, Desert Storm.
Okay. Yeah, I know who that is.
7-1 fighter. Only notch on that record is the one loss. I even say the last fight too, because that Durham Fight Series card was like you're probably at Art of War at that point. Like there's a reason why that was not televised anywhere. The excuse was it was for charity.
Speaking of Amateur of War, did we ever has the main event results has that been announced yet, or is that TBD?
I don't think anything has been announced from that one yet. Let's see. We got heavyweight Brady with some stories on IG. Maybe he is there talking about how great they are. I mean, he is also teammates with one of the guys that you shared a photo of, Callie Bildenberger.
All right. Now we're looking at the live broadcast. I'm on mute, so I can't hear what they're saying, but it looks like that we have Haydack and the man, Mr. Morgan, right there.
So I'm anticipating something being announced for later this month.
All right. Well, fantastic. Exciting news. Is this potentially Fury grappling news or an MMA announcement, you think?
I would lean grappling because it's been a while for that one.
All right. Well, I guess we'll just await in anticipation, sir.
I know that's not one of your interests. You're not driving up for a grappling card ever.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. But I will say that there's a high probability you'll see me in AC for December. What is that, 15th or 16th?
I am interested to see if they announce that. I don't think they're going to announce the other thing I know yet. I think that's going to be a Tampa card thing.
Tampa's not public yet?
No.
Oh.
Tampa's public, yes.
Okay.
But maybe a card after Tampa.
I see. Well, so I'll see you on the 15th or 16th, possibly, of December.
Of when?
December.
Yes.
Possibly.
That one is announced.
It has been announced.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why. That one's announced.
Yeah.
But no, we'll say. So they're going over the Wilson fight that was announced on.
Oh, there we go. Well, there you go. The freaking Iron Eagle, as you just said. Interesting.
This arena is huge. Mind you, there's like 9 venues at the fairgrounds in Tampa. I don't know which one they're at.
Hey, so I have a question, Zach. CJ LaFregola, so you and I, you were a few seats away from me when we watched him last perform in AC. He gets a decision victory against an opponent that was fairly talented. What does CJ LaFregola need to do in this next fight, in your eyes, to solidify himself as like one of the top welterweight contenders in CFFC?
Not rely strictly on wrestling. You're at What is he? He's Nicotone. You're at Nicotone.
Yeah, he's a Catone guy. Yeah.
So I mean, like, show me some cage fighting, some dirty cage fighting. Show me some striking. I thought they were getting ready to announce it. Oh, what? Muay Thai?
Oh, they're on mute, so you have to tell me. I only hear him talking. I'm not hearing any of the verbiage.
Huh. What? Back to back? What? We're doing Muay Thai and kickboxing? What is that? What? Eddie Torres and kickboxing Muay Thai? Wait, maybe that was a false alarm. Maybe he said maybe. I'll have to go back and watch that one. But yes, if you happen to see Rob Haydak's Instagram bio, Cffc Muay Thai and kickboxing is coming.
All right, co-main event: JP St. Louis going up against Nicholas Mack. Interesting fight. I had JP St. Louis on my show not that long ago. We definitely discussed this matchup. We definitely know what Nick Mack brings to the equation. Zach, this is a very interesting matchup. When you think about Nick Mack, you can't help but think about his successful takedown offense, his wrestling, his grappling. When you look at this matchup, when you think about both of these contenders, what do you think about right away?
I had a little bit of extra fight pass in my ear. Say that one more time.
I was just about to say JP St. Louis going up against Nick Mack. How do you take this matchup? I think about St. Louis. I think about a guy with a ton of experience. He's going up against Nick Mack, who's undefeated with a lot of grappling, a lot of wrestling prowess. How do you look at this matchup right away, and what are the things that you are looking for when you look at this matchup?
So this is one of the ones where like I actually relied a lot on interviews. I think my main intro to St. Louis was your interview. Mm-hmm. I think I caught maybe one of his fights previously, but nothing that stood out like, oh, I know that guy.
Yeah.
So like my whole knowledge is actually like from that and like the betting line. I think the betting line was like, I want to say it was favored the Mech.
That wouldn't surprise me. He's undefeated and heavy grappling, heavy wrestling. That doesn't surprise me whatsoever. I will tell you, JP St. Louis, when I think about him, I think about striking actually right away. And I think about a guy who's been in this game for quite some time. And when I asked him about this fight, when I asked him about Nick Mack, and when I asked him about his wrestling threat, that was like one of the things that like he was like well aware of. He told me, he was like, yeah, he's a good wrestler, don't get me wrong, but let me tell you, like, I've been in this game for a very long time. I'm expecting him to pressure me. I'm expecting him to shoot on me. But what is he going to look like when I deny his takedowns? What is he going to look like when I put him in the deep waters? I've been in this game for a very long time. I've knocked people out. I've submitted people. He doesn't have the experience that I have. And I'll tell you, JP is very confident, Zach, going into this fight. He's very confident, and he thinks he's going to get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, and you figure he's down at Fusion Excel. It's a great team. They tend to not fire though. They look great in the gym. They look great warming up, and then they fall short.
Yeah.
I mean, Phil Rowe.
Yep.
And Phil Rowe.
Yeah.
I mean, but then again, you look at the other way. SD Dumas went to Fusion Excel before his Cody Brundage fight.
Yeah.
Who picked SD Dumas to do anything?
No, I certainly didn't. But I will say the only time I was surprised about an SD Dumas fight was when Josh Friend beat him. That did surprise me. I'm not going to lie. I can't bullshit. That fucking surprised me. And it just made me wonder if SD Dumas just took him lightly.
Yeah, I think it was one of those. I think everyone knew going into that Josh Brem fight that they basically wanted to get rid of Josh.
Dude, I thought that too. I absolutely thought that. Absolutely.
And I mean, that was the whole. Even if you talk to SD now, I'm blocked, I guess, from him, or he changed his number. I texted him because he had a son, and I was like, "Hey, man, congratulations!" Like, trying to be friendly. Like,
sure.
I was one of the few who was not a dick to SD Dumas.
And you had every right to be. I don't know if we can talk about that or not. But.
And yeah, I mean, fucking rescheduling 18 times. Now, mind you, I did find out that was a bit on my part. I didn't realize like his part of Florida was an hour behind me. So like every time I was like, dude, like, why are you late? Like, I was as early. And but no, like after that, like, you know, he was obviously going in there to finish up Josh Frem's contract.
So when I look at this fight, when you know, I've talked to JP St. Louis, as I said before, and his striking, I would venture to guess he believes, based on my conversation with him, that he has the striking advantage over Nick Meck. He also believes that he has what it takes to stuff his takedowns and drag Meck into the deep waters. He also specifically mentioned that he feels like he's being disrespected. A lot of people aren't giving him his due. And I'm expecting St. Louis to come into this fight with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. I'm excited to see what happens in this one, Zach.
Do you know why or when he got rid of the initials?
No, I don't. I don't. I know his real name's Jean-Pierre, but
yeah, like everything is like his full name now.
Yeah. Jean. I called him JP when I interviewed him, and I tell you what, Nick Meck right away gets an early takedown. That's a good. That's a fucking fantastic thing for him. That has to give him a ton of confidence. We see JP St. Louis in the butterfly guard right now, but I tell you what, he needs to get up on his feet right away, Zach, in order to not give Meck too much confidence.
Well, I mean, yeah, because I thought he was trying to do one of those like necktie submissions from the bottom, but that was not anywhere close to being anywhere in there. But no, I mean, you figure
this is Nick Meck's fight right now. He is in full guard. He has total control. The one thing, of course, is JP St. Louis is against the fence, and you know you would imagine that he would try to use that to get a get up. But in any event, this is exactly what Nick Meck wants, and you got to figure that he's extra confident that he was able to get a takedown so early on in this fight.
And as soon as he got down too, he grabbed the legs. As soon as he started making position, grabbed the wrist. A lot of people who are going to be looking at this are going to be like, "Oh, well, why is he scooping him while he's on the ground?" It's just to get him just a little bit away from the cage so he can't use that tag team get up that you were kind of referencing. I mean, at this point, he's kind of pressuring him in. The only way as I'm about to say, the only way to do this is to kind of like turn around. But then JP's like, "Nah, fuck you."
Now we have St. Louis threatening that submission, and now it looks like they're scrambling. You knew he wanted to go for that guillotine choke, Zach. That seemed pretty obvious to me. And now this is just a heavy grappling match with both of these guys trying to get an advantageous position. And I tell you what a freaking fight for the first 5 minutes into this bout. We have Meck getting a huge advantageous position. Then you have JP St. Louis reversing that.
And even now, like, he's not really going for the submission here, really. It's really just to kind of put the weight and push down on him. I mean, Meck's entire, defense to being in a position he didn't want was to basically just scoop with all the pressure St. Louis back up. I mean, now he's back in the position he wants to be in, but how much energy did he have to use to do that burst to get in? Think about it like the Miles Lee Donovan Beard match where Miles just was wrestling, and then you might think you had the cardio because you're a wrestler, but eventually you're not Marab. It's gonna kick in.
Yeah, absolutely, Zach. And one of the things that I would mention is if you're Nicholas Meck, this round thus far is going exactly how you want it to. We see Nick Meck; he's in a half guard position right now, and thus far, I mean, We have another minute and 45 seconds to go, but this is easily a 10-9 Nick Mech round, and so far so good. JP St. Louis either needs to scramble or he needs to figure out a way to inflict some serious damage on his opponent to even have a chance at winning this round.
I'd also be curious to know why this one catch weight.
This was something that Mech wanted.
Okay.
From my discussion with JP. I asked him that, and he had indicated to me that 175 was not something that he was asking for on his end. This is something that Mech asked for, and he was happy to oblige.
Yeah, because I know in the main event, the Hawaiian, they kind of credit that to the fact that obviously the guy is leading efforts to raise money for Maui. And it was one of those, like, he didn't want to turn the fight down, but he couldn't dedicate as much time into. So that catch weight made sense. There's 4 catch weights tonight. And I don't understand why. At least that would make sense. Maybe, Mech had other things going on. Knew he could train, but maybe could not get that weight down. Make everyone happy. Hey, let's just, eat a little extra. Let's not kill ourselves to go fight in Newtown, North Dakota. Let's save it for like a fight that matters. Let's see. I got a Rob Haydak reply real fast to my Muay Thai thing. So Rob Haydak definitely has a daughter. I just got a Ken from Barbie movie gif. But yeah. And definitely I guess I can officially say CFC Muay Thai kickboxing coming soon.
All right. Well, there we go. Zach, thus far, so good for Nick Mech. What does he need to do to secure the second round as well? Because clearly that was a 10-9 for Nick Mech, in my opinion.
I think it really comes down to his game plan is the same. Don't gas out and do the same shit. It's really on JP's side this time.
Yeah.
And all those takedown attempts, there was no defense tried until he was on the ground already. Now, mind you, those takedowns are basically, I'm going to shoot, and by the time I finish saying shoot, I'm on the ground already.
Yeah.
They weren't like a burst, like in the Chris Basil Jose Perez fight. Like Chris jumped at it, where there's a little bit of time, but by the time Jose's like, what the fuck? Like he's going down already. This one is just I'm expecting the bell rings or the ref says go. By the time Eric steps back, Mech's shooting already.
Yeah.
And I mean, like I said, everyone's reaction is going to be, oh, do the Jorge knee.
Yeah.
It doesn't just happen. Even if he goes to shoot and he does an uppercut, he might land, but it's going to also not have him squared out. He's going to just go down then because his arm's up here. He's now moving. I am interested to see this now. Seems that I was also kind of curious if this was going to happen too. Does Mech want to stand with him this round just to be like, I'm better on the ground, I'm better standing. And then the minute he gets any offense on the other side, then shoot.
Yeah,
I would have thought by now they'd be on the ground by now.
Zach, I'm looking at this fight right now, and it looks like Mech is very fatigued. He looks like he's breathing very heavy. He's shooting right away, and then we see JP stuff it. Maybe now they're up against the cage. JP right now, if this is a time to stuff a takedown, now's the time. And you saw how very easily he was able to reverse position against the cage, stuff another takedown. I think Mech is tired.
I would say start doing the knees. I mean, the downside there too is if you don't want to go too knee.
Nice elbow too.
There's the elbow. I would say with the knees, you're opening yourself for him to get that little pushback. Elbows are where it's at. Mech is definitely leaning in. He's not even standing up.
He nailed another one. Mech looks freaking gassed to me, Zach.
Yeah, this is definitely Miles Lee. 4 minutes, 45 seconds of the fourth round down on all the scorecards. Now the question is, can St. Louis not only control this round, if he doesn't get a finish, can he control this round and still not have any recovery from Mech going to the third round? Is Mech kind of just I mean, you're not recovering shooting. You're not recovering getting sprawled. You're not recovering.
We see Mac trying to get that single leg off the cage right now, and we can certainly see that JP's takedown defense is solid. He's not getting it whatsoever, and it makes you wonder, Zach, is Mac going all in on this takedown attempt and potentially gassing himself out even more? And we see it right now. He didn't get it. How taxing is his cardio base at this point?
And not only did he not get it, that time where he just held the leg until he was on the mat, like that was just desperation. Like, let me get something. Even this next shot, it went right to the ground again. He's now working himself back up. No hand looks connected. I mean, he got the point where he did a push-pull and just basically pulled JP on top of him.
Now we have JP threatening a guillotine submission, and now he is in half guard, sir. How concerned are you if you are Nick Meck's corner at this point in time?
At this point, and especially with Nick Meck just taking that too, not even trying to get his feet up on the hips, just laying there flat on the back. See, his terrible hand position, nothing with his legs, literally just accepted position. Eric McMahon is a great referee on the regional scene.
Oh shit! Looks like he's going for a submission. Looks like he's going for.
Gonna tap.
He's gonna tap. It looks like he's got an arm triangle in. Am I wrong?
No, that's
it. Looks like he's got an arm triangle.
He's not fighting anything either. He's just taking it with 90 seconds left.
It looks like he's accepting it. It looks like JP St. Louis is gonna get a freaking arm triangle submission. Tell me I'm wrong.
Little tap on the rib. Not even like.
It looks like he's accepting it, Zach.
Yeah, like
he's got half guard. It looks like Mech has nothing to offer. He's going to give his back possibly and set up JP for a rear naked choke potentially.
I think even this position is even better than going for the rear naked choke. Go to the side. He's cowering. He has the
doesn't want it.
The left hand connected. Just start doing elbows.
And that's exactly what he's doing. It looks like Mech's accepting this, and it looks like the referee's warning him.
Yeah, Eric's been around too. I like when they fly Eric out. Eric's from down, I think, in Memphis. Eric McMahon also. I know you don't watch sports. Memphis Grizzlies basketball. That's your mascot right there, buddy. Eric McMahon is
look at him. He's got the freaking glove.
It's not intelligently defending.
No, it's not at all. And you could not get mad, Zach, if the referee intervened at this point, in my opinion.
Yeah. Now, I also say, if you ever see a referee decision that is questionable on a UFC card, definitely check out Ringside with John Morgan. Like the following week, him and John have a podcast, and Eric will give the referee viewpoint of a situation. So, like the Aljo finish, what was the last week's finish? Whatever fight was could have been finished in the first round, and they let it go a little bit, and where it could have been finished at the end of the first round. The Izzy fight.
Yeah.
He kind of said if Mark Goddard would have stopped it, it would have been one of those things was that too early?
Zach, you know what? I hate to interrupt you, but I'm looking at these replays. I felt like the referee could have stopped this fight in the second round for JP St. Louis. Your thoughts?
I mean, defending it like this is not defending. Now, I don't know if maybe JP, if he changes going from just straight on punches to kind of angling.
Yeah.
Where he's holding the wrist and he's getting around that. I mean, he had the other hand locked too. Mech was like this. Do you change from going to the head to the body just to weaken up the rib? And I mean, at this point, Mech's done.
It certainly looks that way. And would you agree, Zach, that this fight right now is probably one apiece on the judges' scorecards?
It's one apiece, and I would even go as far as to say, I mean, maybe it needed a little more. It could have been 10-8, just because because there was nothing being defended at that last minute. Not even just the last 10 seconds, the last almost minute from the time that he had the submission attempt in to the time he gave up his back. Nothing was there.
Yeah,
I will say coming into this round, it's still the beginning. Mech does seem better than he did in the second, but it's also he's still again just leaning. If JP can get him off the cage and separate just a little bit, he's going to reshoot, and at that point, that's going to be his entire defense.
Yeah, I'm looking for JP right now to reverse position and to go for a takedown of his own. We're still relatively early on in this round right now, but hey, listen, it's probably one apiece at this point. I would think JP, he needs to either reverse position or frame off in order to get this round to go his way.
Does he have an underhook there, or is he just kind of just deflecting this takedown?
It looks like Mech is trying to go for a single leg at this point. Looks like he adjusted from a double leg against the cage now to a single, but still not a good look for St. Louis. He either needs to frame off or go for his own takedown because time is of the essence.
Yeah, right now he needs like that Nick Stick in the corner basically just yelling, optics. Because right now, like, he's being controlled. Nothing's happening, but he's being controlled.
He is being controlled, and thus far, you have to score this by default for Mech.
And he's not just laying; he is repositioning. So Eric, could Eric separate it? Possibly, but he is advancing. He is trying to reposition himself to get this connect. His hands are connected. JP does have a little bit of a space between them. So, and as I say that, the hands are connected now anyway. But, obviously his whole goal was to get this to the ground. You're halfway through the third round. It's not a solid third round yet for Mech. There's not much that JP would have to do to get this round back. But if he just stays here for the next 2 minutes.
Oh, wow. It looks like we're getting a gift. The referee does not like the action. He separates them. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that call. And now we're right back to where we started with Mech pressuring St. Louis against the cage. Zach, I didn't really agree with the breakup. It looks like Mech wasn't necessarily playing possum or being complacent. It looks like he was still going for it. I don't know if I would have broken it up at that point, but we're right back to where we started.
I don't know what Eric said. Like, I don't know if Eric thought his hands were kind of playing with the cage, and that's why he separated it. Because, again, he was advancing, so that wasn't enough to really pull it away. But if he was accidentally, I'll be nice and say accidentally, putting a finger or two between the cage to kind of secure his position there, then yeah, you would remove it. But you got the same thing anyway. Is he going to turn it?
Zach, I got to tell you, if you're JP St. Louis, you have to be nervous at this point because the rounds, as we have scored it, sir, is probably one apiece, but you have Mech controlling the position in the third round. That's not necessarily the best optics for St. Louis at this point. What does he need to do to get the win, do you think?
He needs to at least get a takedown or at least some separation. I will go as far to say if Eric...
We're breaking up again in 30 seconds. What do you think about that call?
I was about to say, if Eric separated it, he should be separated again. I'm expecting Mech to shoot any second.
Oh, he goes for the flying knee.
Like, right now, it's the scramble to death. Just fucking, you gotta just start. There you go. Like, and then right back to the cage. Like, if he could have
right back to the cage.
If as he was, went from the headstand, whatever the fuck calls that, the position. If he could have at least got on top of him to at least make it look like he had mount, I think he could have swerved at least a judge, maybe two. But I think this is gonna go.
This has to go Mech's way, right?
Yeah, it's gonna go that way, and I think both fighters should be mad. Mech, because that did nothing for him.
No, it didn't. I completely agree with that.
And then, and then with JP, he needs to be pissed. Not even just mad, like pissed, because all he had to do was put effort in that round.
No, I completely agree with that assessment, Zach. I do feel like Mech did enough to win this fight. I felt like JP had it 1-1. It was a tied fight going into the third round. I thought he blew it.
Yeah, like that was definitely. There's not a chance that should have gone that way.
Are we comfortable saying that this is 100% a Mech victory? I'm comfortable saying that.
This is. It should be unanimous.
Yeah, agreed. I would say it's 29-28 for Nicholas Mech.
Yeah. Also, like, I'm just gonna say, no one cares about Shamrock FC.
Are we really doing that right now? We're really doing that right now.
Someone just shared a photo of that.
I'm not saying shit. I'm not saying shit.
I went to the wrong. Let me see if.
Are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? Annie, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Annie?
We don't have any results yet from Valley Ford Casino. No results yet at all.
No results. No results at all. All right, so here we are. This to me is a 29-28 all day, every day for Nick Mack. Right?
It has to be.
Like you agree with that, right?
It has to be. Like
okay.
I don't even see a way that you could even give a split decision. It has to be unanimous.
It has to be unanimous, right? For Mac, 29-28. I'd love to hear from your audience if we should do another one of these for our next week here.
Yeah, because it's weird too, because like it comes and goes. Like I think it was also the fact that I think that this with a card that was a little more name valued, I think these would do well.
This was a high level fight. I felt like JP honestly is the better fighter, but he fucking blew it. I can't help but say that, but that's my honest opinion.
28-28. And the two judges who aren't blind, 29-28.
This is 29-28 Mac all day, every day. What?
What?
Zach. Okay, Zach. I am telling you, honestly, I interviewed JP. Okay? I interviewed this kid. I did not think he won this fight. Am I on fucking crack, or tell me different? Tell me different.
So do you first round, no chance Mech?
No, there's no chance JP for the
I mean, there's no chance it was not Mech.
Yeah, agreed.
Round two, no chance it could not have not been JP.
1-1. Agreed. I agree.
So round three.
Round three was Mech.
Do you not give it to Mech for not?
You have to
for not doing anything with the takedowns, or not?
No, he had the position though. He had the position. He was in the driver's seat. He was the aggressor. I felt that he was doing more of the damage. You have to give it to Mech. You have to.
Because let's go down the list. Control, Mech, damage, none.
I'm with you, Zach. I'm saying this with zero bias. I interviewed JP, and I had a rooting interest for JP. I thought Nick Mech won that fight. That surprised me as much as it surprised you.
And to give an idea about the CFFC Muay Thai, Instagram.com/CFFC Muay Thai.
There you go.
Followed by Rob Haydak, Fury Grappling, CFFC, Fight Pass, UFC, Dana White, Brad Bolton, It sounds fucking official to me. But
right.
yeah, so I mean, I did mention about the odds on that one. Nick Meck was a negative 250 favorite going into that. JP plus 175. I wish they would release the scorecards.
Agreed.
Because I would love to know, because you're saying 28-28. What round is a 10-8?
What round is a 10-8 indeed? And for me, again, I'm trying to be. I like JP. I interviewed him. I spent about an hour with him off camera. That being irrelevant, I had this fight scored for Nick Meck.
So change of event real fast. We're saying there's not a fucking chance. Jillian DeCourcy, who, big fan, respect her live scoring and everything. 29-28, JP St. Louis.
She had it for St. Louis, huh?
St. Louis spent the whole round with his back to the cage, but he was the only one landing anything. Therefore,
Zach, I just don't know if I agree. Don't know if I agree.
Someone's instant response was The Rock giving the eyebrow, like, what the fuck?
Okay, Zach, so, just for the record, let's take all of our rooting biases out of this equation. You had that fight for Nick Meck, right?
Yeah, I don't see any other way.
Okay. I wanted to say that for the record. Hey, I had a rooting interest. I wanted JP St. Louis to win the fight. He's a great kid. All respect to him. I'm looking at this fight objectively, right? Because I'm on your stream and I have to take off my Homer hat, right? And I have to be objective. Nick Meck won that fight.
And I just find it funny because this is the second time tonight that I was like, not a fucking chance. And I look over and Jillian is the not a fucking chance score.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
I'm hoping to see someone else, but literally. Okay, so since I didn't really have it, and I don't see how they would have. Jillian thinks when they did the first separation that Eric took a point, which would be, like I said, it looked like he was pointing out, like grabbing the cage or something. But when you take a point, you don't just say, "Hey, we're taking a point." You take him to the center of the cage, and you make sure each judge knows you took a point. And if you took a point, you don't get a 29-28.
All right. Well, here we are. We are on the main event. This is a guy I know pretty well, Roy Echeverria. I interviewed him. I spent a lot of time with this guy leading up to the fight. And I'll tell you, Zach, he thinks he is the more complete mixed martial artist going into this fight. He thinks he's the better grappler. He thinks he's the better wrestler. He thinks he has the better jiu-jitsu and the better striking. When you look at these two contenders, what do you think?
I can't go against Goat Shed. That's all it comes down to. I mean, this isn't Combate Goat Shed, and it's not Goat Shed FC. But even when they go elsewhere, how often does Goat Shed lose?
Not very often, and I will tell you, look at Roy's ears. They're definitely jacked up. You can tell he spent some time on the mat. I will also tell you, Zach, that Roy feels going into this fight that he has a point to prove. He feels that he fucked up his last opportunity on the Contender Series. He feels that he is ready for that next level, and he feels that going into this fight, that he's just the better mixed martial artist. He feels like he's going to get the finish in this fight. And I look at him, and Roy checks all the boxes to me. Did you know, Zach, that Roy's father is a coral belt in jiu-jitsu?
Nah. And that I know a lot of useless facts. That is not one that I have heard about. But no, like this one, I'd also be curious, and this is going to lean on his opponent's side. Does that whole Hawaiian situation play into determination? I say that, and then the example I'm going to be like Max Holloway, but was Max ever going to lose the Korean Zombie? No.
No.
And that was like, everyone's like, oh, it's because he was fighting for his home state. No, it's because he was fighting a retiring Korean Zombie.
Okay, Zach, so I'm going to put you on the spot. If I were to ask you, I really don't know how to say this guy's name. Nekaloa versus Echeverria. What's your lean?
Goat Guy, second round.
I say Roy figures out a way to submit him in the first round.
Yeah, just I think second.
But hey, that's a so we're both predicting a finish for Echeverria. Is that an accurate statement?
Yeah. And I think honestly, because of good old coach right there, I think if he goes to the second round, I think he gets yelled at.
Agreed.
Because he wants to have that whole Instagram reel, highlight reel finish.
Yeah,
choking him out, or I would say knockout, but I don't see that happening. So it would be a submission.
I will tell you, Nekaloa, I hope I said his name correctly. If I didn't, that's my bad. Nekaloa asked for 130. Roy didn't.
And that's what it was kind of pointed out too. And that was because of the whole efforts where he was spending most of his time focusing on Hawaii, supposedly. I don't want to say supposedly. That sounds like a thick thing to say. But it was definitely pointed out that it was definitely on that side of the fight.
Yeah.
Because I was also pointing out, there's a champion looking for a contender for possibly December this year. I would want this fight to be at the weight class.
Yeah, agreed.
But, you go to 130. Do you get a title fight at winning at a catch weight?
Depends on what's convenient.
Yeah. I think there's another convenient person for December, though.
Agreed.
I mean, I have another name, too, that no one wants to fucking answer about, but...
Hey, speaking of memes, AOW, do we know who won yet?
No, I think we find that out, next year. It might be... Is there, a 1-800 number we can call? Oh, wait, Ryan Cafaro's story. Champion Ryan Cafaro. Who would have guessed?
Oh, right.
I doubt
Nekaloa is a little labored. It looks like he got tagged by something earlier. Nonetheless, he seems to have center control of the octagon. It looks like he's pressing the action. But also at the same time, I don't know, Zach, if you would agree with me or not, but it seems that Roy has hurt him previously in this round.
I'm about to get a message from Ryan Cafaro, by the way. But yeah, congratulations to Ryan Cafaro for winning the amateur award title. It's gonna do wonders for your record. You beat a 3.
Uh-oh.
Oh, what was that?
What was that indeed?
And even then, I like how they go to the ground and then Hawaiian dude, because I'm not gonna keep trying to say his name like you try.
Nekaloa.
He's just like, no, good. But no, I think
I will tell you a few things about Nekaloa from what I can discern from him. He is the type of guy that he's actually quite technical. He is the type of guy that if you do not have any sort of technical ability whatsoever, he's going to find your weakness. He is going to find a way to put you away. A good example, I'm not going to name names, but there is somebody I know who fought him previously that ended up getting finished by him. He is the type of guy that will hunt for that finish. He's the type of guy that will sniff out your weakness and figure out where you are most vulnerable. And when I look at Nakanoa, he's actually quite intelligent in my opinion, but Echeverria to me just seems like the more technical fighter.
I've heard a few things about Nakanoa. Not saying he picks and chooses who he fights to make himself look a little better, but he definitely has avoided certain prospects already.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair.
Yeah, and there's times where it's questionable. Like, there's certain paths that regional fighters seem to always have an issue with. That if you want to stop fighting for 500 and 500, 1,000 and 1,000, maybe 2 and 2, you need to step up your game.
Sure.
And basically, possibly being in the running for a title shot and being like, "No, I'd rather fight this like 3-1 guy." Not the way to do it.
So, Zach, I have to ask you, in the waning moments of round number 1, who do you have a lean on at this point? Because for me, it's Nakanoa.
I think the first round goes to him. Your feeler out process, I think, leans to him. I think Roy has seen some things this round where he's kind of showing this in this last like 30 seconds where he's actually starting to ramp up a little bit. I think, being okay. Does, put it this way, asking for the higher weight class, is he having him gas himself out trying to like chase something this first round? Because Rory hasn't really done much this round. You have him doing a Superman punch off the cage that did nothing.
When I look at this fight, Zach, thus far, I have to give the round to Nakanoa, but I will tell you, it just seems that Roy was trying to feel him out. And it does seem that Nakanoa is way more fatigued than Roy is going into the second.
And I don't know when he got clipped, but he has a cut under his left eye.
Roy or Nakanoa?
Nakaloa. I think it was near the end because when he went at the end of the round, when he went and he kind of like crouched down until his corner came in, like he went to his eye, and when he sat down, you just saw the trickle down. So maybe like that last like interaction before Eric kind of like pushed him for the week. But then you look at his. There's definitely a blood trickle. There's nothing really there now, so it may have just been like a scratch that actually bled.
Look for Roy to make an adjustment going into the second round. Look for him to win the second round. I will be right back. I need 1 second.
Refill time. Hey, Alex Kramer, if you're still here, thank you for watching. Thank you for joining. Be sure to like, follow, not only on the Millions platform, but across all social media channels, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. Instagram and Twitter are both 4 Ounces of Freedom Pod. On Facebook, it's 4 Ounces of Freedom. We will be doing, this is the main event of tonight's card, so we'll be wrapping up after this fight. And then we do return Tuesday for Dana White Contender Series featuring the headliner of Greg Velasco versus Shamil. There's also another Cffc fight on that card too. Angel Pacheco. Angel Pacheco, last time he fought for Cffc was at Cffc 112. He beat Vilson Negrani by decision. Or rear naked choke. Tired him out. Got the choke in like the third round. And yeah, they both are on Dana White Contender Series. With Dana White Contender Series having betting lines, the Tuesday night Contender Series streams are a little more interactive. Tuesday night Contender Series do involve betting. I share my picks. We bet alone or bet along. And the goal for that is with the Tuesday night Contender Series, with the betting lines, if I win big, we start giving out free shit. You get things such as 4 Ounces of Freedom shirts, Once the hats are back in, hats will go back up. If you do buy a shirt and I notice it ahead of time, I will also mail out some stickers and like a keychain. They're just kind of lounging around. They came in more recently, so they haven't gone out to anyone else yet. If I see any interest, I don't know who the hell else would want one, but if anyone for some reason wants one, we can always do some 4 ounces of freedom chains as well. I don't expect anyone besides me and my kid to wear one. Maybe Tyler.
Hey, I might want one. I'm just saying, I might want one.
If Tyler drinks enough, he might want one too. This can is not one of fucking. I don't know. I love how like I open it and there's like the beer is not staying in the can. Like it's filling up the top of the fucking bottle.
I will tell you, Zach, beer is delicious, but it's also for peasants. You gotta drink the wine, baby. Wait. Let me see if I can. There we go. Zach, it looks like Roy is turning it on at this point. Looks like Nakaloa is going for a desperation takedown. He doesn't get it. It looks like Roy's going for an anaconda. It's done. It's over.
Second round submission.
For the unbroken.
I'm also curious what started bleeding because that was like a splurt of blood into the center of the cage.
It does definitely look like Echeverria caught him in a desperation takedown. It looks like Roy got. Was that an anaconda choke, Zach?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and then what does the pressure? I'm dying right now. What does the pressure is like when he got it and he turned, it kind of wraps up.
Hey, I will say, fantastic outcome for Roy Echeverria. I could not be more pleased. I could not be more happy for Roy based off of the past year and what it's looked like for him. When he was on the Contender Series, Zach, that was a fight that he thought that he should have won, and he fought that. Going into that fight, it was more of a mental thing, right? Like he felt like he was just like, yeah, my opponent beat me, but I'm good enough to be at that next level. I thought he proved that tonight.
So, just a quick recap real fast. That's 9 fights. 7 by finish?
7 by finish.
Let me verify that real fast. Yeah, to finish in the main. Only judges we got were co-main and the Connors fight. Judges were all jacked up both times. So thankfully, we only need the judges twice tonight because you can't get a 10-8 round in PA. We can get them in North Dakota for free.
We can indeed. Are we going to LFA 167 or is this S Toto for your stream?
Where are they at on the card?
Let's fucking find out.
Gearsman still?
Let's fucking find out. I'm about to pull that shit right up.
So, quick rundown again, just for those that are maybe watching. I know on the million side of things, we had Adam Brandt, who was a little mad that we were not streaming the fights, despite it saying, "Hey, fight stream separately."
Yep, and just for the record, Zach, we still have the main event TBD. We are on the co-main event for LFA 167 right now, so I am okay hanging with you if you are.
Yeah, I will cut the millions side. So if you're on millions, feel free to join us on YouTube or Twitter. Otherwise, we'll see you on Tuesday for Tuesday Night Contender Series.
We'll see you on Tuesday. I may or may not be there. Depends on if Zach invites me or not.
So that should, I think doing that kills us. I don't really know. Let's see. I know this kills the million, but there you go. Yeah, because I don't know. I know millions doesn't care, but I think other people might.
Dude, JP St. Louis did not win that fight.
No.
Like we agree, right?
Yeah, like
Okay. Okay. I just want to make sure I'm not being on track right now.
I am curious. I'm actually surprised. I was hoping Jillian would have messaged me and be like, "No, you're wrong."
Okay. So, wait, who do you follow that I need to follow?
Oh, Henry Cejudo's sister passed away.
Say what?
Henry Cejudo's sister passed away.
Oh, I don't care.
Yeah, I don't know her, but that kind of sucks.
Holy shit! Ashley Nichols won the fight like I said she would.
I think it was like the first and third round.
30-27, 29-28, and 30-27. Dude, I fucking called that in my preview fight.
So, my only downside, I really don't care about this whole post-fight interviews. Let me switch over to LFA real fast. Well, I see why. I was about to say LFA stream is a lot louder, but turns out on Fight Pass, if you change streams, it puts the volume back to 100. So let me bounce that into picture. So wait, we have Magomedov, and then we go into Piersma.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
But no, only one I would say, and this is more so on Twitter. I don't really think she uses her Instagram. Is Jillian DeCourcy, former atomweight champion from Invicta.
That's who I need to follow.
Yeah, Lionheart Jill. She's great. She trained with your boy Adam Livingston.
Okay. Oh, yeah, great guy, by the way. I like Adam Livingston. He's a great guy.
Yeah, she's up there in the Long Island MMA.
Oh, okay, right on. You probably saw me at the CFFC card. Talk to Adam. You probably saw me do that.
Yeah, I think you ran over after the fight.
Yeah, Adam's a great kid. I really like that kid. He's very talented, very gifted, and I hope that we see him in the CFFC cage soon enough. Very talented.
She was at last December's card, but she didn't come out for June.
Oh, okay, right on. Well, hey, I dropped her a follow, so tell her to follow me so I don't feel insecure.
Yeah, that was funny too because like I was supposed to meet up with her, and I was like, you know how I am. I forgot to message her while we were there, and I was getting ready to leave, so I went up to meet up with Jason's dad to say bye, and I was on my quest to get a CM Punk photo because I still have yet to get one.
And, you?
Yeah.
You don't have a CM Punk photo yet?
No. Now, mind you, that same night I ran into Punk at Starbucks. Like,
what?
We were walking up the stairs, and he's like, the fucking Golden Girls walked by us, and I just stopped in front of him, and he was just like, okay, and like walked around him, and I was like, hey, Punk, and just kept walking. And I was like, should have got a picture.
You should have. That's really more on you and less on Punk.
So at the end of the night, I'm waiting over to say, hey to John and everyone else, and there's this group of people getting a photo with Punk, and I'm like, I'm not fucking waiting to get a photo of Punk. Yeah, that was Jillian and her boyfriend.
Oh, okay. So for this fight, for the record, I did an LFA preview fight. I did not pick one guy or the other for this particular fight. I'm still trying to figure out who the fuck won.
Magomedov, the guy who trained with Wilson.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't have a lean one way or the other for this fight. I thought that this was a fight that was a regional MMA fight at a discount, right? Like, I thought both of these guys were good enough to be in the UFC that we were getting at a regional MMA price. Both of these guys are very, very talented. And my prediction for this fight was, hey, listen, either one of these guys could win. Looks like the favorite ended up winning.
Hey, Beersman. But no, yeah, that was like, I only know because I know Wilson's like main two coaches because they are the most like, where are they from? Fucking whatever country Wilson and Dennis are from. They're like the most stereotypical like that country too. And like even when we were like leaving, I guess it was 120. Like I saw her and I was like, "Hey, congratulations, guys!" Because like obviously the two whatever. What fucking country are they?
Montenegro?
No, Wilson.
Macedonia?
Albanian.
Wow. Way wrong. Way wrong. Way wrong.
So they're both like, they're Albanian. And I was like, hey, congratulations. Because, like, Dennis won. He won. And Wilson won. They're like, and she's like, oh, thank you. And I was like, yeah, I should probably delete this fucking video now that I said that.
Okay, so going into the main event, when we're looking at Smith versus Piersma, who you got and why?
So, friendship-wise and all that, I want to say Piersma. I mean, no, not even that. I think Piersma wins by decision. I would like to see Smith get back on track.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he is he still on a losing spree, or has he?
He is on a losing streak, the last I am aware.
Yeah, so Devin Smith is on a 2-fight losing spree.
He's on a 2-fight losing streak, and to the best of my knowledge, Dana White Contender Series, he's been kind of off into the sunset for the past couple of years, and this is his comeback fight.
Yeah, so 2019 he lost on Contender Series to Brock, where the hell are you, Weaver? And then he came back to LFA and he lost to Macon Mendonca.
Yep.
And then he was supposed to fight Elon Cruz last November. But I think it's when he had his, I'm going to say, mental health issues. And he kind of touched on that with an interview with your buddy Starched.
Yep.
And,
yeah.
No, love you, Starched. And he kind of mentioned, like, I guess the time away from the cage, he was doing things you shouldn't do. And it ended up with a gun to his head.
Indeed.
Like shots being fired in the room they were in, gun to his head. And he was like, well, this is where it ends. And,
this is where it fucking ends.
Yeah. And I was like, well, shit, like, I've had a shotgun aimed at me once because I was a very good kid growing up.
You are a very good kid. You know what? Like, I would go as far as to say in IRL, you're actually quite nice.
Yeah, definitely.
Did I ruin your brand just now?
I don't know. I don't really have a brand. And yeah, like younger Zach walked around.
Un momento. All right. So, are we telling the audience about October or no?
Not yet. More so, I gotta still, buy domains and stuff.
Oh, okay. So we're not saying shit. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Sean Strickland, for ruining that so far for now.
Okay, so let's talk about Sean Strickland ahead of this main event. Sean Strickland, he blasted Izzy and then ended up getting a decision victory against him. Were you surprised by that?
Yeah. I mean, I went. So, first of all, since I do a lot of betting on here as well, don't ever chase losses. And now let me tell you a story of chasing losses. I looked at it and I was like, there's not a chance Sean wins that fight.
I thought that too, for the record.
And I went as far as to say, not only is he going to win, he's going to finish. I didn't think so. And at that point, too, I was like, is he going to try something stupid? So I was even like, I'm not going to do a knockout like everyone wants you to do. So I did just by finish. I got it like negative 165, which I put like half a paycheck on it. Don't do that ever. And because I was like, hey, that at least like it'll be a nice little boost. I'll have a good week, like a good weekend, or I guess a good Sunday because it was like Saturday. And the first round happened, and I was like, wow, Izzy's not doing shit. And then he got dropped, and I was like, wow, this is fun. Because not only did Sean win, you have to take into account Sean flew like 22 hours to Australia. Sean then got held in customs for like 4.5 hours. Sean then punched a fan in the stomach and was mandated a bodyguard from the UFC to stop fucking up. Sean had issues cutting weight, barely got the weight cut off.
Yep.
And then steamrolled Adesanya. And it was one of the ones where, like, also, why is Jonathan Pierce-Ma a negative 515 favorite? Like,
that does seem high.
I lean that way, that he's going to win, but, like...
As do I. But honestly, I would think the appropriate amount for JP would be in the minus 200 range.
For JP?
Yeah.
JP was like plus 120.
I think Pierce was...
This JP, not other JP.
Sorry. Yeah.
I had it. I was willing to go like negative 220. So
yeah, same.
That same range.
Yeah, same. I'm saying the exact same thing as you are. I think this odds range is out of whack.
And it's one of those things, like, you have to take into account he lost to Brock Weaver, terrible loss. Yes. He then lost on his return and has been out for years. So yeah, I can get it. I would have thought though that you mix in things like he's training for this camp with Rashad Evans. As I say that, as fucking John Kruk says it just as I do. Or Ken Kruk. John Kruk's the fucking baseball player. You know, is Rashad Evans what he was 15 years ago? No. But I like, you know, like Den Thomas isn't the same thing either from 15, 20 years ago, and he's trained fucking phenomenal people. Evans had that, you know, at one fight in Money Laundering FC for Khabib, and he looked good there.
Are we really going there? Are we really going there, or are we just gonna no comment that?
Did they sell tickets?
Okay, so tell me straight, Smith versus Pierce-Ma. You think Smith's gonna win this fight?
Pierce-Ma by decision.
Okay.
I don't. I mean, at negative 440, he better win by finish.
Well, he better win by submission specifically.
So, LFA main events, 3 rounds because it's not a title, or do they do 5?
I am of the belief that it's a 3-round fight.
3 5-minute rounds. Thank you, apology.
That is my assumption. I could be wrong. And hey, I want to put out for the record, the co-main event arguably could have been the main event, but these guys are foreigners and they don't sell tickets.
Yeah.
Right. So that's kind of where we are, and that's kind of why we have this fight as our main event.
And you mix in the fact not only that, Pierce-Ma is New York through and through.
100%.
I mean, Smith, I don't know where he came from before going to Florida. I'm assuming probably New York as well.
That's a great question. That I don't know. Zach, I did have a question for you. Do we have any questions from our audience?
So I killed off millions. No, actually, I have not had any interaction from anyone on YouTube or Twitter since 9:00, 9:30.
All right, perfect. So we are on our own to do our own.
And I will say, someone is watching. So if you are watching, you can comment into you know, the live chat thing. It does pop up here. I can be like, hey, look, I can do fancy things like this, and I'll pop up. I wish StreamYard had better product managers, because there's so many things that do not work right that I've already fought with them about. For example, switching between views. I should be able to have this set up and then a single view set up, but I just work in marketing.
Can I state for the record a few things that I have on deck?
Yeah.
Okay, so for next week, my name's Tyler Little. I'm with Mom's Basement MMA. Zach and I will be working very closely in the near future. More announcements to be named, but for my own podcast, Connor Matthews will be showing up on my podcast next week, as will Trevor Peak, as will Aaron Lafarge. So there you go. I have a full deck. I have a lot of incoming guests coming my way, as does Zach.
Yeah, Zach is doing all the things. Zach should probably really schedule interviews. That's what Zach should do. Zach does have a few. I do have a few coming out. That's got to lock down final timing. I will have Will Rentz from the CFFC 126 card. Yeah, his fight has been announced, I believe. I have another one. I'm putting an invite out tomorrow. He just signed a contract, so I can't say who that person is yet. I will have a fighter for 120 UFC or CFC 127 as well. I have the name and I have the opponent. I just don't have a signed contract yet to put it on the calendar yet. That one is a sponsored fighter as well. It is actually concerning. It's pretty fun. I have two fighters who I sponsor who will be fighting in the near future. Aaron Lafarge, who you have the interview coming out with. Yeah, DeAndre Anderson is the other one. He'll have a fight announced soon. I will be adding another sponsored fighter soon as well. Just working out final details and funding on that source. That will be my first female sponsored fighter. Definitely got a rough end of the stick in her last fight, but there's potential there if she just gets the right competition level.
Zach, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Piersma, if he wins this fight, is he a call-up for the UFC, in your opinion?
I think if we were in the early weeks of Contender Series, he'd be a Contender Series invite. He's what, like 6-1. Only loss is to Charles Radke.
Yes.
And that fight, if you watch that fight, did he lose that fight?
No, he didn't.
So at that point, you're talking 7-0, and then Radke would end up being whatever plus one more in the loss column.
Right.
I also don't. This is probably going to kill, if he ever happens to see this, probably kill any interview chance. I don't think Charles Radke was a direct signing. I think that was a Contender Series offer as well.
Yeah.
Maybe if he defended his title ever, then you can get into the realm. I mean, he did beat Raheem Fars, but that fight, I had to watch replay because I literally went to take a piss during the walkout, and I came back to Charles with the belt.
Yep.
And I was like, all I did was take a piss. Like, why? How did I miss that entire fight? I shouldn't say that. I multitasked and watched the fight as I was taking a piss. I had Fight Pass in my hand.
So if I were to ask you, Zach, if you have a lean Smith versus Piersma, would I be incorrect in saying that you have a lean toward Piersma?
Yeah, I think we might get 1, maybe 2 rounds of competitive action. Piersma then, takes over in the third. Like first round check. First round's gonna be up in the air because it's gonna be that whole feeling out process. Right. Piersma's not a fast starter.
Right.
And I'm wrong.
Oh, shit! Well, there we go. Devin Smith knocked him out. There we go.
He got starched.
No comment. What am I supposed to say to that? He did.
So that round kick. So if you go through regional round kicks, the only other like regional round kick is Paul Capato, Chris Basil. That's like the go-to roundhouse kick knockout. Paul Capato sets that up though. This was a whole fucking just let's see what happens. And that's what happens.
Damn. Zach, I gotta tell you, I'm a little surprised by that.
Like,
who picked Smith to win that fight? I didn't.
I mean, he was got the ref. So, no, he does set that up though.
Wheel kick, baby, right in the freaking face.
Those punches aren't even the touch. They're just to basically put it out.
It was the wheel kick.
Yeah,
that's what got him. It was the wheel kick right to the freaking jaw.
Like, I saw that, but I thought he just threw it out there.
He did. He did throw it out there, and Pierce didn't pick it up.
But I thought he just like threw it out there blankly. But those punches weren't for punching; they were just pushing him back to the cage.
Yeah, exactly. It was mitigating the pressure of Piersma, and then he threw that wheel kick, and it got him right on the jaw.
So last Saturday we get a plus 400 Sean Strickland. This weekend we get a plus 400. I got a fucking what is it? What's the first name?
Devin Smith.
Devin Smith. Like, that's how off the radar he was in that fight for me.
Yes, he was. He was completely off the radar. And hey, I have to give Devin Smith props because you know what? That's not easy, getting a knockout victory in the very first round against a guy like Jonathan Piersma. Props to him.
So, I mean, I don't even know. Like,
what do we do here, Zach? What do we do?
Pierce was asking the same thing. Like,
not a good look for Piersma. I think that's fair.
And I don't even want to say he made the wrong call of like taking this fight over a Combat FC fight. Like,
no, he didn't. He didn't. He got caught.
Like, I would more so. I would want to know: is that something he practiced, or is that something he just saw? Like, he was shooting those touches to get him against the cage, and it was just like, oh wow, you had nowhere else to go. Let me just throw this because it's either gonna push you into the fence, or it might hit you.
If I had to guess, I don't think that was planned.
Yeah, like that looked to be like spur of the moment. Like,
he was opportunistic. He saw he saw a way to finish his fight, and he did.
I don't even want to say feints, but like I said, those punches weren't for connection. They were basically just to get him to push back.
Yeah.
And I think that was the plan. Get him against the fence and then see what happens from there. Like, you get him cornered basically, and then for some reason he saw it, and again, you don't know if anyone in his corner yelled for it because they're not Bo Samanego. But like, he just pushed it back and then just kind of threw it, and it landed just where it needed to be.
Yeah, he did indeed. He did indeed. That was definitely the upset of the weekend. And Zach, I really appreciate you inviting me on for tonight. And I just wanted to say thank you for having me. Crazy.
So he even just said too. He just said that He throws that kick a lot, but it has never landed.
Well, the wheel kick, it definitely landed. And if there's anyone in your audience, if they have any questions for us, I'd be more than happy to answer them. But if not, I'm also more than happy to come back next week if you need me.
Yeah, because I mean, I don't know about Tuesday, because Tuesdays are always fun too, because I don't get home until after the first fight. I don't know why I keep agreeing to do these fucking Contender Series streams. But no, definitely I think Tuesday. I think if I get more, if I get these kind of catch on, I don't ever really want to be doing these 4-hour streams. I didn't realize I just hit the 4-hour mark. But no, we'll definitely sync up again on these. I wish there was a way to push these to Instagram. I would say that much. I don't know why I can't push to Instagram to stream. I can do Facebook, LinkedIn. I can go to LinkedIn, but no. We'll sync up on another one. I have to piss. I've been sitting here for 4 hours.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for having me. Appreciate you.
Awesome. Have a good one.
Anytime you need me, I'm here.
Awesome. And if you're still one of the 2 people watching, you can follow, fucking subscribe to my page. Go to Tyler's page, Mom's Basement MMA. Not that fucking Robbie Fox one. Mom's Basement MMA. You can see the little logo on his shirt. Go there, subscribe to him. He's almost at 500. Get him to 500. Get me to 150. Let's do something. All right. Have a good one. Later. Too many buttons.